Well, good morning, everyone. It's 9 a.m. Welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for the 26th of April, 2022. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Yeah, I got through it that time. FOIP 40-1. And I guess welcome everyone today. Please keep your seats in the full upright position and trays folded during the flight. And today, Councillor Swanson will be joining us electronically. Are you there, Michelle?
Yes, I am.
Good morning, Michelle. Great to have you with us, even electronically. There is an agenda before you that has been circulated. Any additions or deletions to that agenda? Seeing none, I'd call for a motion to adopt that agenda. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Again, the minutes of the April or the 12th of April meeting have been circulated. Were there any errors or omissions? Councillor Milhoff?
I believe that there was some some
Around
edits.
item 9.2?
Yes.
Has that been noted somewhere along the line?
Okay, perfect. Then I would move to accept as amended.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Michelle. Well, this morning we have a number of guests for our first delegation. I'm going to acknowledge Mayor Nelson and Councillor Gibson, as well as CAO Wright from the town or from the village of Caroline. Sorry for that. And Sam Smalldon and Reg Dean are here as well to present to us around the Keys to Housing Communities, Caroline Seniors Housing Project update. Maybe we'll start with first with a round of introductions of council and staff, and I'll go with Councillor Milhoff first.
Sure thing. Good morning, all. Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Division 1.
Good morning, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see everybody. Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7.
Good morning, Mayor Debbie Nelson from Caroline.
Councillor Gibson from Caroline.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services and Interim CAO for Clearwater County.
Larry Wright, Village of Caroline, CEO.
Good morning, Sam Smalldon from Keys to Housing Communities.
Good morning, everybody. Reg Dean, President of the Chamber of Commerce, and kind of the push behind the study.
Well, great. Thank you. Thank you all for coming here today. And I'll turn the floor across to Sam if he would like to start, or Reg, whoever would like to start first, and we look forward to your presentation.
I've just got one thing to say, and that's that thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to give you an update on what's going on with this project. It's kind of a long-term thing to keep it going. And thank you again for letting us come and give you an update.
Okay, thank you. So once again, my name is Sam Smalldon. I've been visiting with you on several occasions. We have done work on the demand study for this project concept. And at this time, we're here to provide you an update on the work on developing the concept. So I had sent along, I believe, in advance, and you'd received materials. So I'm hoping not to go through all the materials today, but I wanted to be able to have more conversation and questions and answers. I did provide a report, 3 pages, which I will briefly go through to highlight what we have done in this phase of the project concept planning. So this is a planning effort on behalf of the community in the village of Caroline and Clearwater County. We have attached in digital form, and hopefully everybody had received a copy, of the housing assessment or demand study, which we had done earlier. We had then, in this phase, we had undertaken work for a survey of seniors in the community and surrounding area of village of Caroline. We are able to update that we had made a public consultation on March 28th at the hub in Caroline. That was well attended, I believe, in the order of 125 plus. I don't know the exact number, but it was a full auditorium on a snowy evening. So I know that there was good, well attended. And the project concept went through. We did do a PowerPoint, and we did give out the concept plan from the architect. And again, I've provided all those copies. So certainly if you have questions about those, I'd be glad to answer those. The report, I want to briefly just go through. There is a typo in the report, so since I'm my own typist, I take responsibility for that. The number of units in there should be 8 for replacing the manor, 12 for the supportive living in the lodge, and 20 in the independent affordable living, so that makes 40. So the background is that in this phase, we started at the end, near the end of December, we started a survey, which we concluded at the end of January. And again, we had proven that there was demand. So the first phase was to say, no demand, no project. We try to keep it simple so that you know that we're using good data to make decisions, just not seat of the pants or I want this to happen. There's data supporting that decision. So that is primarily what the government right now, the Minister of Seniors and Housing particularly, has a long-term strategy, because there are many projects across the province and they're really asking municipalities to do needs assessments. So this qualifies as a needs assessment. This meets that criteria. They will accept all locally done project needs assessments. So that is checked off. That's number one. And this is the first phase that every community will have to do. Is there demand for a project? And then the second part is to survey the preferences of seniors. What would people like to have in that project? Because when you build a project that there's demand, it states the type of demand for certain types of housing. And we have stratified that between independent, independent low income, lodge type with supportive living, which is basically rent, meals and housekeeping and laundry, which is a lodge environment. And we had also identified an interest in the survey for people to have 24/7 care. And I'll speak to that in a bit. The next stage was to actually take those preferences of seniors and match it with the demand statistics for the types of housing and have an architectural concept developed. The purpose of this is to bring together all the information and create really a picture of what we're talking about, a concept. That's what it is. It's a vision of what everybody's thoughts going into one project would look like. We met on, I believe, early March with a group to make sure that we had support. And I believe at that meeting in Caroline at the hub, the MLA attended and expressed strong support for taking this once it's received, but the work would have to be done and presented so that they had something to present when they go to Edmonton. So understanding that this will need funding from the government and you will need your MLA support, we wanted to get that buy-in from the start, and it was provided to us. Then we had a public consultation, which was to share the survey results, the demand study, as well as the architectural concept. We gave the architect time to develop this concept. And on the early March meeting, we actually presented the concept as per the survey request, which was to have 24/7 included. The size of that was the 40 units kind of shifted into being with 8 24/7. And that really was a discussion point early in March as to whether that was feasible. And the rationale that we got or discussed was this would really be up to Alberta Health Services if there was 24/7. The other thing is the criteria for 24/7 from Alberta Health Services is that they like things in a little larger quantity than 8 units. They have what they call an economic order function, which is saying that you need roughly 60 to have a 24/7 model. That means it's an RN managed care model for 24/7. And the other thing is that they usually like the location of that to be closer to a hospital. And so based on that, we took feedback and we came up with a second version of the project, which did not include the 8 24/7 units because we felt that that would be a hard sell. And we know that AHS is pretty adamant about not doing things too small. And also when you're smaller in a nursing model, you want quality. So you don't want to do it and then not do it well. So the model shifted to being potentially 32 units, which would be the 20 independent living, which are using the life lease model, which has been used in Sundre, if you've seen the facility there, as well as in Olds. And in my experience from Edmonton, it's been used there for over 25 years, both at the west end of Edmonton and in Strathcona, Sherwood Park, from my experience. It's a common model, and it's also being used in a project that's being developed in Trochu, supported by Nehill County and the town of Trochu. So then the question was whether we have 1 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms. We discussed all of that. There was a strong preference that there would be 2 bedrooms because you have more flexibility if you're going to build. The analysis I use is that you can have a couple in a 2-bedroom. You can have a single person in a 2-bedroom. But it's really hard when you put a couple in a 1-bedroom, even though they're fine to do that. The preference, however, would be to have a 2-bedroom. And if you only had a 1-bedroom available and you had a couple waiting that wanted a 2-bedroom, it would sit empty. The whole goal of housing is not to overbuild, and it's not to be partially empty. It's to be full at all times, because that's how you keep your prices and your costs down. Again, this whole model is based on a not-for-profit model, which says the prices equal the cost. It's not profit, so there is an option for private sector in this, but they usually want return and they want a profit. So that's the consideration there, and that would affect the price. Again, the process we've used has been very similar to what a private sector developer would do. They would first say, look at the data, ask about the preferences, consult with the people who are potentially able to give feedback on committing and buying into this. And then putting together the business case to make sure that it's financially feasible. So where we're at right now is that we are at the stage where we're ready to do the business case. We've done the public consultation on the initial presentation from the architect. The architect will be completing the schematic, which is different than just preliminary drawings. So it basically will get all prettied up. It will be a little bit more professional and able to say, when you go for funding, they will say, what is your project? You can present this as the image with detailed thinking, with feedback from the community, supported by data. And that's a strong case for a project. So at this point, we had in this contract, we had 7 stages. We have gone through, again, task 1 was the survey of preferences. We did task 2, which was the pre-design and programming, which is the layout, the floor plan, and that was on March 4th. As indicated, after that meeting, we considered whether the 24/7 would stay in the project. It still is an option. This is really just a concept. And on March 28th, we had a meeting that we presented the 32 model, and we also presented a 40 model, which was 20 independent living in a life lease model and 20 independent living with including the low income of 8 from the manor as a replacement, and then 12 more as lodge. There is flexibility there in the future. The two growing dynamics in most rural communities, and I probably believe in the larger centers as well, but in the rural communities is a growth in 24/7 and a growth in independent, affordable or market housing. And there is demand for independent low income, but the area that's stable or possibly even declining is the lodge. Surprisingly, people want to stay in their home longer, particularly since we've had an experience the last 2 years with the pandemic. People are saying, well, maybe, maybe not. Maybe I'd rather stay at home and have my home care brought to me, have my meals brought to me, have a hired house cleaner and laundry, and stay in my home longer. But of course, when they need to go to 24/7, that's when they usually have to move out of their home, because you can't get 24/7 usually at a reasonable cost in your home. So basically today we're providing you an update that we are working on task 4, which is called the renderings. That takes the concept and makes a finished design. Now, a concept design is different than a construction tender detailed design. We are not recommending you go to that extent before you get money and approval to build. Basically, the way it would go is this version will help you get the capital money. This will be a presentation of the concept, and the next stage also includes working on the business plan. Both of those we expect will be done certainly by the end of May. I will be working on the business plan, and the architect will be working on the rendering on your behalf. And then we would expect to come back and give you a final report and show you everything so that you are ready to basically take this and go and ask for money. That's when the timing is important. As you may or may not know, the government is ready to announce some doors to go through for capital funding. I believe the MLA, without putting him in a box, said that there is money and there will be a doorway soon. So from my point of view, it's all about having you ready to go. And so that's what this stage does. The issues at this point will be that this effort has been sponsored by Clearwater County and the Village of Caroline and assisted by the Chamber of Commerce and the community, but it does not have an owner yet. One of the key questions right now is who's the owner? The owner is someone who takes the risk. The owner is someone who arranges for the operation. And again, you could do that through several ways. The options basically boil down to existing right now. You have Iraqi Housing Council, which is a housing management body, very similar to housing management body that's in Mountain View Seniors Housing in Mountain View County, and in Nehill Housing Corporation, which is in Nehill County, which are ones I have experience with. So that's one option, and that would be that they would have to take on the project. They would have to take the ownership and take over the future of this concept to get to be a reality, because that's what they do. The question I would have, I guess, is if they have the capital capacity to do it, because they would normally hire someone to do that. And that's, right now, my assessment is that they have the ability to operate, but I don't know if they have the ability to do a large project or a project. I'm not aware, but it doesn't mean they can't. Certainly they can hire that. But again, that's as owner. The second option is similar to what's being done in Trochu. Trochu and the County of Nehill have agreed And Trochu, as a municipality, has created a municipal corporation. As a municipal corporation, it is a not-for-profit. It can basically be the owner and the risk taker based on the taxpayers for the next 50 years. So what we're building in these projects is a 50-year life cycle. The question is, who's going to be accountable to the people in the community? And it isn't such a bad idea to have the municipality backing the project, because they are going to be a constant in the community. And again, that could be either the Village of Caroline or the county. And I guess part of the comment I would make for the county analysis would be that there probably are other communities in the county that may want to do like Caroline. And so then you would be set up to repeat if you chose to do that. The third option is actually a private option. You do have private sector, as I indicated, but then you're dealing not at cost, you're dealing at cost plus profit for your pricing. So your pricing will be higher, but a private sector developer will use business intelligence and demand data, just like we've done. They would have to be convinced that they would take the risk. So again, that's another route you could go. But either way, at this stage, to do further work beyond this project, concept development, you really need to identify an owner. Sponsorship will get you so far. When you go to the government to ask for money, capital grant, they will want to know who is the owner, who's the operator, and how is this a sustainable business case, and how much money can we put in to help you, and if we put in X amount, will that make it work? If we put in Y amount, will that make it work? So you get into a bit of a discussion about the amount of money, but at least you're at the table making a request with a concept, and it's clear to everybody what the concept is. So should you get the money, then you would start an effort at detailed planning, which would lead to construction drawings and then tender. And then once you knew the actual amount, you would put everything together on the cost side. And the model that I recommend is that you have the owner have an owner's representative, you have a project manager, you have a builder, and you have an architect. It's really a team of 4 contracts. And that's the model that's been used in the other counties close to you. So again, how it's done is possible. It comes down to having an owner and having the will to do it, and then also having the resources. So at this point, you will have a concept that is grant ready, and basically getting the money will really be part of that who's the owner question. To get the money, you will need to solve that, and so those are the options that I know are available. So again, I presented all the deliverables to this point. I would expect to come back and give a final report with all the finished documents so that you are grant ready. And at that point, I think I would open it for questions based on having provided the information in advance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I look to council for questions. Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. You said that the MLA is supporting this. Did he put his support in writing?
Not at this point. No.
Not at this time.
We haven't requested it either. It was simply a meeting that he was invited to and he wanted to join, and I think openly expressed his strong support for a project in Caroline.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
There was a motion by the county for a third-party review be done on this project. Was that completed?
Could you clarify what you mean by a third-party review?
The motion by John Vandermeer in September of 2021 was, at the end of that, was the project plan be reviewed by a third party upon completion. So is that going to be underway or
I don't believe that's part of the contract that I'm doing. It sounds like you're having an independent review. So
I'm not sure, that's why I'm asking.
I have no idea, quite honestly. That was a motion by your council.
Mr. Hagan.
Multitasking right now. That's about as good as it gets.
Doing a fine job.
Good morning, council. And in response to that, we've just requested that Mr. Martinson come join us, and he'll have some information on that. My understanding is that that is something that the county would engage in when the final report was ready, and we would initiate that and bring those results back to council, but I'll let Mr. Martinson confirm when he attends.
Sure. Well, I'll keep an eye out for Matt, and I'll go to Councillor Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lahey. I wasn't able to go to the meeting in Caroline, having COVID at the time. Could you explain this life lease that you were talking about?
Sure. There are various forms of life lease. This is really a life lease concept that's been around for more than 25 years. It's the one that keeps the risk and uncertainty low. I know you can't eliminate risk and you can't eliminate uncertainty, but it's basically a life lease agreement with the resident, which is initially a borrowing concept as well as a monthly rental. And it's indefinite because it's for as long as they wish to stay there. That's the life lease portion of it. The borrowing concept has come about being a not-for-profit. You need capital, and part of it is to get buy-in from the people who are willing to buy in and provide some capital. And that's not considered borrowing in terms of the borrowing capacity of either the municipality or the housing management body. So in this case, the 20 units would, let's say in simple terms, at roughly 200,000 or 220,000 apiece, would be in the order of $4 million towards the capital build. That money would be returned to the resident minus a capital charge of 1% for up to 8 years, and that's the maximum they would pay. And you would hold the deposit as long as they live there, and then when they terminated their lease, or their lease terminated for whatever reason, it would be refunded minus those, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8%, depending on how long they live there. And in the meantime, they pay a basic monthly fee, which is the rent, which is one price for everything they get. And there are components of that. The components include a small mortgage because the life lease fee does not cover the total construction of the life lease portion of the building. So that portion of the building has its own financial model, and the monthly fee that each of the 20 people renting pay into that for an annual budget, which comes to a net positive at the end of each year to be put in a reserve for capital replacements. So it's really a sustainable financial model. It's independent of all the other models. And basically they borrow, the project borrows to build from the life lease fee, and then the remaining mortgage is paid off by the people that live there over time, over 25 years. So. And again, it's been in existence in Edmonton a long time before it started in Olds. My experience, at least, in Olds, it was around 2011, and so it's operated consistently. I'm happy to report that after the pandemic has wound down a bit, we are refilling in Olds. So we've had vacancies, yes, but they are refilling. And the main reason is that it's after the pandemic. In Sundre, in Olds we had 12, in Sundre we had 18, and again, it's the same situation there. And in Trochu, they have a project where they have 24, and they've actually pre-sold 21 of them. So people have put their deposits in even though the project's not approved. The community people have said, we want this, and they're willing to put their money in and do that. Again, the risk is with the owner. The tenant simply has lent their money to the project and it will be refunded. And the uncertainty is that specifically they know how much they put in and how much they will get out, and they know how much the rent is. So from a senior point of view, that's nice to know. And we've modified it a little bit in Mountain View County a little bit to make it more options. We actually have rental options as well as deposit options. So again, as you go over, ideally, after you've built the project, which is possible from the borrowing, over time you can actually provide other options that don't require the deposit. And so that's the model that exists.
How many people did you say have made deposits already?
in Trochu before the project is even approved, 21 of 24. So the county had actually given us a target to shoot for of around 90% pre-sold, and the community has responded overwhelmingly. I'm very pleased that they want to support this project in their community.
But the process for that hasn't started in Caroline yet?
No pre-sales at all at this point. So, again, it would take an owner to make the pre-sales, so again, we're back at the owner question.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
And I see Mr. Martinson has joined us, and I think there was an earlier question that you might be able to shed some light. I'll maybe have Councillor Melhoff restate the question for you, and so that you know what she's talking about.
Sure can, thank you, Reeve. John Vandermeer motioned in September regarding if this project was going to be reviewed by a third party, and I was curious if that was done.
Good morning, Council. Thank you
morning.
for the question, Councillor Melhoff. So the motion, I believe you're referring to, refers to once this review is complete. And so we are prepared to move forward with that once this is complete. And from what's been presented today, that appears to be approximately June 22nd when Task 7's wrapped up. So that was essentially the timeline we were looking forward to. And Council may recall that there was budget set aside and approved for that. And we do have plans to move forward with that.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious how you guys came up with the land location decision presented on A1.
I'll defer to Reg.
We've been looking at doing a project down in Caroline from Sanctum Retreat and prior to that for a long time. There's never been any suitable piece of land anywhere within the village. Over on the northeast corner, there's no water, there's no sewer, you're far away. You're gonna build a seniors thing, it has to be close to the doctors, to the town, to the library, to everything. But 5 years ago, Matt can help me with this, 5 or 7 years ago, the county bought the Luchka property, which is on the very west side of the village, west of the arena, and they purchased that. And they continued to negotiate on the Riem property, which was the piece in between the arena and the Luchka property. It's zoned, there's two lots there. They're about 4.6 acres each. There's water, there's sewer, there's connections for sewer. You can either go down 48th Avenue and across and down, or you can go across and connect onto the sewer coming out of the hub, which we built. It's a good location, probably the best location in the village for anything like seniors or assisted living, purely because it's on the edge of town, it's got nice views, it's high and dry, it's right next to the people can go use all the facilities in the hub, which will make it more attractive. We were actually asked Y2 Housing to actually look at connecting the two buildings with enclosed connectors as well as a later on add-on. So that's how the choice of property was selected. It was with the Ag Society. There was originally going to be a kind of a rodeo grounds or something there, but now they've acquired the rest of the land to the south. We had a study done, which the county thankfully paid for a development on the southeast rec grounds, and so there will be an actual recreation facility and rodeo grounds and stuff probably be built in there if the plans are.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, please.
Do you have an MOU then with the county to have that as the presented project area?
No.
So it's gone out to public that this is the project area without an understanding of the county that that was to be used?
You have to have a project.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the issue all along. You have to prove that the project is there. Caroline is a very small center. So that's how we ended up doing it this way. We wanted to make sure there was a project there. And now we can go and continue on. I don't know what else they would do with that property. It's a perfect location for.
Can I ask another follow-up?
Sure.
This is actually probably for Mr. Martinson. Do we have a projected plan already in place for that area prior to this suggested use?
Mr. Martinson.
So as Mr. Dean mentioned, that there was a Southeast Rec Ground plan completed, and at that time, we'd really owned just the lands to the south between the school, the recreation area, and the municipal lagoon. Since that study was completed, we have bought in those additional properties. And certainly initially, that intent of those properties was to be joined up with the recreation land that we'd already owned, but no street frontage or no servicing, and really sort of intended to be added to those recreation lands. But there was no specific intent for an end use when it was purchased.
Thank you. I have more, unless there's other councillors that
Well,
have questions.
I might just make a quick comment myself, and thank you for that question, because as I recall, I wasn't involved in one of these chairs for the first land purchase, but the second one, as I recall, there was some need for a parking lot expansion, room for some of the facility around the rec center there being a need for additional land, and that was part of the rationale behind that purchase. Is that changed at all, or is this something that can be, ultimately, is this something that can accommodate both things, is what I'm asking?
Yeah, so that's great information to remind us. There certainly is some potential future need for the farthest east part of the newly acquired property to potentially support some drainage issues that are possibly happening. The arena and hub building, likely sort of maybe fixed with the paving, maybe made worse. We're still evaluating that. So there was some discussions potentially not investigated yet at any real extent by any engineering consultants, but there was some thought that maybe that new property could help with some of that drainage. And yeah, I absolutely remember discussions about that property, certainly, being an asset to the, the current operations. To sort of answer the question, we haven't looked at that yet, precisely enough to know exactly what might be needed for future parking growth and et cetera. And I think it would behoove us to do that at some point soon, to just make sure that we're comfortable with the best use of that property for the community, for sure.
And Council, actually, one other question too. I assume the village would have some area structure plan around. Is there something defined for that area already? Is that something that the hoops we have to jump through with any development? Is that something that's part of the plan, or is this going to be something that's going to require some adjustment?
Yeah, it's currently zoned residential, those two properties. One's currently functioning as a residential property, so the one that we purchased first, so the farthest west, locally known as the Lushka property, the previous owner's name. It's currently being utilized as a residential property under lease by the county, but the one recently purchased is not currently being used as residential property, but they're both zoned. So it would obviously need a discussion with the village to change the zoning if we wanted to move to a recreation use or an institutional use to facilitate healthcare facilities. But that would be required regardless of how the county chose to move forward, unless we were intending on continuing to utilize those properties residential. I don't believe that was, at all our long-term future goal, though it's sort of been our medium and short-term future default as we get plans together.
And I guess just one further question, and I did have an opportunity last night to drive by that property. The aerial here shows a number of structures on the property. I believe some of those structures have been removed at this time.
Yeah, so the property is managed by our facilities department, and they've done an assessment of the property and cleaned up some of the structures that they deemed either unsafe or no longer of any kind of useful life. And so that has happened, that happened shortly after we purchased the property. So yeah, the aerial may look slightly different today, but for the most part, the properties themselves, pretty well left as they were.
Thank you for that. Any additional questions for the delegation? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Does Caroline have the support services that are needed for a facility like this? Obviously, they just went full-time EMS. The fire service would probably need an upgrade to have a stick, and public works infrastructure. Can it actually, I know you guys have a new stamp on your infrastructure, but can it support a new facility like this being built in the area?
I would probably defer the village to respond.
Mayor Nelson.
Good morning. I know we're going through some capacity studies at the Village of Caroline. We do know that the street known as 48th Street was our last project. Unfortunately, we cannot afford that project, but we do have $100,000 worth of plans that are already paid for and waiting for someone to give us some support. And it would put all new water and waste down 48th Street, which would include the seniors' home at one end. And the plan, I do believe, because it's called the Loop Plan, also would go down that street across the bottom of the government plan and over and include your light industrial subdivision. Is that what you call it? So that would make us ready for light industrial. We had an $11 hold on our wastewater facility from Environment and Parks, and we moiled through it, and every 6 months there was a letter fired off. So what it finally came down to is there's a new $24 million Raven fish hatchery going in at Caroline. We have lots of things happening in Caroline, like we're a happening place here. And so somehow it had gotten kind of confused that the Raven was a source of water for this new Raven fish hatchery. The government wrote us a letter and indicated that. However, the Raven is at the bottom of the valley and the fish hatchery is at the top of a half-a-mile hill. So I spoke with Mr. Nixon, and Mr. Nixon walked over. Apparently that's a good thing. And within the next week, we received a letter from a Mr. Alton, who confirmed that all they're asking us now that is for us to hold the effluent for 2 weeks while the bull trout are spawning. So that means our $11 million fix is gone. We just got 2 new motors for our wells and pumps. So we're also looking at a study at our capacity there. We are preparing to become more of an economic center for the South. So we know that there will be upgrades, and we're looking at them. We've got 3 new builds come in since the spring that are in the process of getting their ducks in a row. We work well. We also, by the way, will have a letter of support from Rick McIver for this. I was on an open house town hall with him and 400 other people. And I said, is that viability? And he said, that's a perfect project for Caroline. He said, I will write you a letter of support when you are ready. So I have 400 witnesses that say that Caroline is a good thing. But yes, we are updating things. So it also goes into a good situation for amalgamation. You're not looking at taking over an $11 million bill from us. We have done quite a bit of our own work, and we're planning a great big cleanup. I'll have to tell you the story behind that. My granddaughter came for her birthday. She just turned 17. we went for a drive around town, and our town has changed a lot. We have a lot of young families and a lot of people that have moved into the area and who have inherited a mess over the last 2 years. So we're working on getting a cleanup program going, and we'll be talking with you about that. But we drove down to the trailer court, and they have new owners, and oh my God, my granddaughter noticed as we're pulling out to go back onto the highway, she says, "Granny, I bet you wish your town looked as good as the trailer court." I said, "Yes, honey, I do." So we are making a move to get our town cleaned up. So we've got the plans going. Our CAO is working on it. Like, we're moving towards being in a really good place and a very viable place. And I think we have a lot of retired lawyers, politicians, RCMP officers apparently, and doctors in our West Country who have come there, who have retired, and maybe don't want to go back to the city. And this life lease would be an absolutely perfect way to stay in our community, keep their money and resources and connections in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to go to Councillor Graham, and then I'll come back to you, Neil.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I don't really have a question, just a statement that for me, the operation and ownership model are super important. So I really look forward to seeing those when it's ready.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Do we have a scale overlay that would show how this facility would fit on that area? Like from the drawings, it looks to me like it would take up most of the area.
Yeah, I think if you go, if someone's managing that slide, maybe slide 3, if I recall. Someone able to go to, yeah, so this is the layout on the site. If you go back to slide 2, sorry, I'll just show you that that's the actual plot plan, but slide 3 will show you the floor plan. If you go back to slide 3, please.
Is that lot 9 there, is that the Kurt Browning Center?
It's, yes.
So
It's
right
to the west of the hub, I'm told.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. As far as parking goes, I was in Caroline the Saturday night of the Caroline Rodeo, and you had to walk a long ways to get there. So I see parking being an ongoing problem there. I don't know if there's another solution in mind. Okay, my real question is about Exhibit 7.1, the demand summary by geographic area. And what concerns me is the words, "it could be assumed." So, you know, it makes me think there's a bit of wishful thinking here. Tell me how I'm wrong.
An assumption is more than wishful thinking. It's a stated assumption of if this, then that. So it's a planning tool. An assumption is stated specifically as to what the assumption is. So an assumption is not reality. It's a planning expectation to make the model work. And it's used, you use it in your budgeting. I mean, you determine what you adjust for inflation. You look at your prices that you charge. And so assumptions are part of a planning tool. So I don't have much more I could add, really. I don't think it entails any greater risks than any other assumption. It just means that there's no facts to support it at that point.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any additional questions? Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I have one question, and maybe it's not appropriate this time. As a council, what can we do to have this project move ahead at this time?
Well, I always stated that I'm all about the project and helping the community prove that there is a project. That's really my role. I don't have any real interest in it other than that, but certainly wish to support it in all efforts. As I indicated, the next stage is to determine the owner. To my understanding at this point, the village and the county have been partners in sponsoring the work to move it from an idea to a demonstration and case and concept that could be presented for funding. And it's done in standard methodology, so the needs assessment and the surveys were all done appropriately and represent the people. We've given the consultation. So really the next stage is to have that ownership discussion with the possible parties or consider the ownership itself by the county. So again, be specific, I guess, the Rocky Housing Council is a possibility. So then those would be discussions with the Rocky Housing Council to see if they wish to have this. There would be discussion with the village and the county as to wish to develop a municipal corporation and take the risk on as owner, or seek out a private partner who would consider a building, either in a partnership or take it on as a project. So I think the answer is to pursue those types of discussions, and those are a little bit beyond my ability and are more in the realm of the sponsors. Where do you want to go with it? Because you supported the work to date. So, but the next step would be critical to have an owner to continue the work beyond this point, quite honestly.
So do we need to make a motion that we need to move ahead with this, or do we need to do that study first?
I'll make a comment here. I believe that we're looking for a business case and a work plan.
Yeah, there will be a final report. And then once you receive that, that would just give you a heads up that the next step would be to discuss ownership of carrying this forward. So,
okay.
And Mr. Hagan, I think, has some light to share.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I would suggest that once administration receives that, administration would be putting an agenda item together and bringing that back to council with additional information before any real decisions are made.
Thank you, Murray, for the information.
Any additional questions? Well, thank you very much for coming here. Oh, sorry, Mayor Nelson, sorry.
Thank you. I don't know if this is my place or not, but we are in the process of amalgamation, and we will be part of the county community. And as part of the county community, we want to age in place. I did an article for the Mountaineer, and she did a very good job. We go to school together there, we grow up there, we get married there, we have our children there. We have generations. I graduated from Caroline High School 51 years ago, and all three of my children graduated from there. But then what happens is, at the time when we need our families, when we're not able to do quite as much for ourselves, unfortunately, there's no place for us to live. It's forcing us from our communities. And my mom is sitting in Red Deer. My dad passed away. We don't have the care facilities there. We want to grow old together and keep our community. And that will be part of the county community. And I hope everybody realizes that our people are very important to us. And I'm getting to be one of those old people, and I want to stay in my community and benefit. We're also the volunteers. So we need to keep the wheels on and keep people aging in their own communities where their own people can help them, because Alberta Health Services is going to have to start cutting down on the services they provide to home care. I don't know how that's going to work, but we need each other for support. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. It does remind me that there is no place like home, and by extension, there is no place like community as well. So thank you for that. Any final comments? Mr. Dean.
Yeah, I'd just like to let everybody know that, like, we feel that, you know, pushing this forward, working with the Rocky Housing Council is probably the most logical thing to do. We remember that this is going to take at least 5 years to build, so their vacancy today is no longer a vacancy tomorrow. They were all filled up before the pandemic, and now, yes, like Sam says, they have empty spots. But if they were to take this on, that would give them 40 more additional units that they can move people back and forth. Maybe we can share. I think it's just working together with them only makes good common sense. We don't have to get another corporation going. We don't have to build a whole administration staff. It's in place. And like I say, it gives them another 40 units that they could rent out, or we could, like I say, share moving people back and forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Northcott, I missed your light.
Oh, that's all right. No, excellent presentation again, and really nice comments. I know that there are a lot of residents and stuff like that that do support this project, and I'm sure it'll be a long road, but there'll be a lot of professionals that'll, you know, as the project goes, you know, professional planning and development and design and engineers like that. But yeah, there's lots of community support for the project. So that's it.
Any further comment from our delegation?
Nothing from me,
Well-
but thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you so much for presenting to us. It was very informative, and thank you for answering the many questions we have around the project. And I think it really fits in good alignment with what Clearwater County is looking for, a revised vision where we're more age-friendly. I think that's an important part of what we see ourselves as being, and hopefully we can find solutions that work for everybody. So, thank you very much for your presentation today. Looking for a motion to accept for information. Deputy Reeve Northcott, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We'll take a short break here. Back here at 10:15, please. Well, welcome back, everyone. That brings us down to item 5, and it's more specifically item 5.1, which is dust suppression policy amendments. And we're joined by Mr. Magnus and Kate Erickson. Please, I'll turn it across to that team.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, Reeve Lougheed, Deputy Reeve Northcott, Council. At the April 19th, 2022 Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole, the committee recommended the following. A, to eliminate the SB 90 option from the dust suppression program effective 2023, and that draft revisions to the dust suppression policy reflecting program changes are presented to Council for their consideration. And B, implement a 50% ratepayer cost subsidization for the water-based, non-oil-based dust suppression option effective 2023, and that applicable draft revisions to the policy are presented to Council for their consideration. As such, we've brought before you the amendments to that policy, and our staff recommendation is that Council approves the amendments to the dust suppression policy as presented. And if you look at the policy, to account for the 2 recommendations put forward by the committee that met on April 19th, you can see on the policy, particularly point number 1, we have indicated that effective 2023, only non-oil-based options for dust suppression will be used in regards to what the county is willing to offer. And then in point number 2, we struck through the original 66.67% on the subsidization part on the behalf of county for water-based and the 50% on the oil-based. And to account for recommendation B, I believe, application costs may be subsidized at a rate approved by Council. Effective 2023, dust suppression costs will be subsidized by the county at 50%. So the changes, amendments were made to the policy to reflect those recommendations, and I turn it over to Council for any further discussion and to move forward with the motion to approve the policy with the given amendments.
Thank you very much for that. I sense there may be a question or two involved here yet still. So Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I've done some more research into this that I will share. I understand that the previous council also had a discussion around this, and there was also a presentation from the community about the unsuitability of the chloride solution. I did find out that the SB 90, the oil, is the major component. Like, it's 2/3 to 3/4 of the cost for each section. So yes, it's very sensitive to price increase and world oil fluctuations. To me, there's 2 factors to consider here. In the subdivisions, like the north subdivision in Nordegg or Ferrier, where the neighbors have gotten together and they have paid their share to have SB 90 from end to end. And so now that road doesn't need to be graded, where in the country, if you do a section past your house, well, the grader still has to go by there. But so there are some cost savings on that. There's also a quality of life issue for those subdivisions, that it's easier to walk, cycle, rollerblade, push a baby stroller. I noticed it certainly in Ferrier that it becomes a community space where neighbors are now using this road where they wouldn't if it was dust. And you know, for that, there's an improved resale value to be able to say you live on pavement, such as it is. And there's also a safety division, safety concern. In the treed subdivisions, like Ferrier and the north side of Nordig, the dust hangs in between the trees because the wind can't move it away. And from the chloride, I understand there are also still dust. So if you're driving through these areas, depending on the angle of sun and the amount of dust in the area, it's a real safety concern. So I talked to a number of people. Comments were that they would rather have gravel and dust than the chloride. And that it was horrible or awful were the words I can repeat to be driving on this. I also spoke to the Shunda Creek campground who had the chloride there for several years. And about 3 years ago, it's been replaced with the SB90. They had the same issue that there was still a lot of dust coming from there, but this dust was now corrosive. It was very slippery when it was wet, that the runoff from the road killed vegetation. And that if they had to go back to chloride, they'd probably lose 50% of their business because people aren't wanting to drive their RVs through this. Maybe slop would be a comfortable word, that this would get just spread up the side of their vehicles and very hard to get off. So I think we need to maintain both programs. The chloride solution is quick to put on, so there are applications or where that makes sense. They both have some merits, but I think we need to maintain both and give people the option to pay the extra cost.
Was there, in all of that, was there a question that you could pose to be answered, or I'm just
sharing my research.
Sharing, okay, thank you for that. Actually, maybe at this time, I know we do have a recommended motion or recommendation there. Maybe, is there anybody willing to make that motion so we can have the comments around that particular motion? Councillor Graham?
I would make that motion, yes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Melhoff? Comment, question?
Thank you, Reeve. I know in the strategic planning meeting, we discussed the ability to have residents be able to hire private contractors. Is that, maybe I missed it, is that represented here, or are we not gonna put it directly into the policy?
Nope, that option is still available. Here's based solely on the fact that Clearwater County itself as an organization will not be offering that, but we're more than open to having individuals or residents come to us on an individual basis, one-on-one basis, if they would like to hire a contractor privately to lay down an oil-based product in front of their residents, that they're more than happy to approach us and have that done. So we're not in any way inhibiting them from choosing to go that route.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please, and then I'm going to go to
specifically?
Councillor Northcott.
So with us allowing to do so, will we ever be able to get rid of the equipment that we utilize to, I think you called it zipping, to zip up the SP90? Because it's still our infrastructure, so if it's not hitting, if them bringing in a private contractor and putting down the SP90 is no longer meeting the safety requirements and standards of our infrastructure, would we still be the ones zipping it up, or are we putting provisions in that they would have to bring that contractor back to clean it up?
Definitely. We would put provisions in place if they choose to reach out to an outside source in regards to providing that service. That would be something definitely that would be part of that conversation. And I think the understanding would be that we would inspect it on a regular basis. And if we got to the point where Caitlin's out there and it no longer meets the criteria as set out by ourselves in regards to providing dust suppression, and being safe, then we would make the landowner well aware of that and allow for the provision that either the contractor comes back to do it, or we do it ourselves. So that would be something we would need to consider in regards to potentially keeping that piece of equipment to zip it up and blend it back into the gravel.
Thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Good morning, everybody, again. At this time, I know that there were 5 newly elected councillors, and I haven't got to experience the summer season and go through a dusty season yet myself as a councillor. At this time, I think it might be a really good idea that this have no amendments made to this current policy, and that the item 5.1 be tabled or postponed till fall, so maybe October, so that the majority of the new councillors could experience a summer and a fall season. So then I think I would be, I don't know if I can do that to make that motion to be able to table or postpone the dust suppression policy amendments.
We do have a motion on the floor at the moment, so we would need to address that motion. It would have to be, I suppose, either approved or defeated. And at that point, it would either, depending on the outcome of that, the next steps would become more clear. I would just say my comment around this and my understanding is this is a dust suppression policy. In no way are we forcing anybody to, we're giving the opportunity for this service for businesses, for residences, for farmsteads to be able to have a county subsidized solution to dust control there. Solutions for personal reasons, if somebody chooses to use a different product, that I believe there's an opportunity for people to access an oil-based product still. And ultimately, I don't know if the county can really be involved with creating 150-meter-long rollerblading strips. That's not something we can really accommodate for everybody, I don't think. The intent here is to suppress dust. And the products that are commonly used for that have been available for some time, and I think we're still having an opportunity here for people to still access all those products that are out there. It's just a matter of which ones we're subsidizing at this time. That's what I see the amendments to this policy. Maybe you can clarify that, Mr. Magnus.
You're absolutely correct, Reeve Lougheed. I couldn't put it better myself. We're not in any way through this policy preventing people from attaining some form of dust suppression. That is always available. What the county will provide in this case is, moving forward in 2023, is a water-based option. And if there's anything else that the ratepayers out there feel that they would like to utilize in terms of a dust suppression option, that is always available to them, and they approach us and just make us aware of that. And if they choose to go that route so that we can GPS it, it's in place, so we don't inadvertently, damage it. So in no way does it take away that. It goes back to, as you said so appropriately, the subsidization part of it is how much do we want the remainder of the ratepayers contributing to someone else's dust suppression.
And it was also my understanding that going forward from this point after 2023, that we would still maintain warranty on those oil-based product areas that were put down over the last number of years, and assess the existing oil-based ones for their suitability to safety and being effective at actually, that's going to be ongoing indefinitely until such time as other options are necessary.
That is correct.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Some other information I learned on this is that that scale has a great influence on the cost. So where the county may do a large number of these, the cost is much more affordable than for a person or a community to go out and hire a contractor to do them. So that likely wouldn't happen. And I did not find anyone who liked living next to the calcium chloride, to the water-based solution. So I think removing the option for the oil base to try and save maybe a couple of $100,000 a year is a disservice to the community. That is the feedback I got from the public.
Councillor Cermak.
I would like to give a little bit of information here, what you're saying, Councillor Radcliffe. I live on a quarter of land. I have 6 acreages off my quarter of land. We have SP 90 in the road that comes down to my farmstead. It was laid last year. It's very rough. I don't think it was a very good job done. On the hill that comes up to my quarter on the main road has got the non-oil base put on it. Way smoother, no dust, and it's not slippery. I've never had a problem getting up that hill, and I have a 40-foot motorhome. I don't see where this has created a problem of taking away SP 90 and only going to oil-based or non-oil based. I think it's really good, and if the county is allowing everybody to have somebody else come in and put down what they prefer, then that's their cost. I think a savings to our county needs to happen because I think costs are going to keep going up and up and up. Instead of 200,000 this year, next year it could be 300,000, and the year after it could be 600,000. I would like to see this move ahead as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I drive track, obviously, so I've spent a lot of time driving on these, and I would agree with Councillor Cermak. I've never had a problem with them. My truck is white, and I have no problem cleaning it afterwards, so it's, I don't know, I don't see the problem there. And I would agree with Councillor Cermak as well that, you know, it might just be $200,000 this year, but with the price of oil going up, and it could be more than $300,000 savings next year. And I agree with Reeve Lougheed, what you mentioned before as well, that we're not taking this option away from people, it's the subsidizing of it. They can still get this, but it's just not the county doing it. So I would like to see this go through as well.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo my comments again that I would like to see no revisions made to the dust suppression policy. I think it's going to affect a lot of people's quality of life with dust, and not only permanent residents, but there are also tourists. There's a lot of visitors and stuff that come through. It has a lot of aspects for safety, for school bus stops. I will not be voting to support any amendments to the current dust suppression policy. That's my comment.
Thank you for that. Councillor Swanson, I haven't heard from you. Are you with us? Again, Michelle, are you there? Oh, the joys of electronic communication.
Yes, I am.
Oh.
I have no questions. I am in favor of the amendments as presented.
Thank you. So I guess any further questions? There is a motion on the table. Sorry? Oh, Deputy Reeve Northcott, sorry.
I apologize. This will be my last comment. I think there are many other areas that could have efficiencies. If it's about saving that small little bit of money and it's going to reduce the quality of life for a lot of people, I think there are other areas that could, there could be many other efficiencies, rather than cutting something like this or changing this policy.
Okay, Councillor Melhoff?
So, thank you, Reeve. I think that changing this, we can still go back in this fall if for some reason we get lots of pushback or staff comes with new information, et cetera. We can come back and alter this again in the fall if needed, because we aren't actually changing this until the 2023 year, correct? So if we need to, we can bring it back.
I think that's a very good point. We have that opportunity for feedback as people access the dust control program this year. They're going to be made aware of what their options are moving forward, and that feedback can come back to both individual councillors and to administration. Hopefully, our proposed, if we have a proposed change to our policy, that then we can get the feedback and see if ultimately if this reflects the will of our community. And that's, I think, maybe I should ask this question. If we did want to reintroduce an SB 90 program sometime in the future, what are the impediments to doing that? Is there anything that would do that other than changing the policy?
No, I mean, we still have the equipment and everything's in place. We're not getting rid of any of the equipment and so on. And I'm just going to point out to council here too, in a short amount of time here, we'll find out the pricing in regards to the oil-based product, and that in of itself might dictate where that program goes in regards to how many people may apply for it. Worst case scenario, we could be seeing possibly about $8,400, close to $9,000 to lay down 150 meters. 50% of that, I know I'm not willing to pay $4,500 or $4,000 for 150 meters. So we'll see. We'll see where it is, and that, like I said, that may even just dictate where this program is going to go to. So, but having said that, most definitely this can be brought back if we want to amend it, and we're not going to lose or get rid of any equipment in any way that could impede us from continuing to move forward with SB 90 if that is what council chooses to do. Come fall or thereafter.
So we have a motion on the table relating to approving the proposed amendments to the dust control policy. I will call that question. All further comments?
I would like to see in the rest of the year, I would like to see some opportunities for public comments, or that the public understands what these changes will be, so that they do have an opportunity to comment, or more of an opportunity to comment. Do we need an amendment to the motion for that?
I think if I recall the discussions we had in the strategic planning session, that there would be a publicity or some public rollout information through our electronic means, through our printed means, through our website, to kind of convey that information, as well as the people that are accessing. Mr. Magnus.
Knowing that there is the possibility of this policy coming back potentially in the fall, and from what I heard from council here in regards to taking a look what the summer may hold in regards to dust. Initially, my thought process was that we would communicate to the public that this would be the last year that the SB 90 would be offered. But hearing from council here, when we put that out in regards to applications now being accepted, I think we'll just stay status quo for now, and just leave it at that in regards to not mentioning anything to the effect that this would be the last year for SB 90, knowing that this could potentially come back, and allows the opportunity for our ratepayers to go onto social media, our website and such, and look into the policy itself and understand that there is, according to the policy as written right now, that SB 90, this is the last year for SB 90. But I don't think we'll say in any shape or form on the website and such that this is the last year. Just so that it allows each of you to see what the summer holds in regards to dust itself.
I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
It was just, wanted to echo my initial comments that maybe the simplest way for administrative ease and on maybe everybody's part for this item to be tabled or postponed till the fall. That was it.
Well, ultimately, we do have a motion on the floor. I'm going to call that question, and Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, thank you. If that was the case, if that was what Deputy Reeve was hoping to do, then the motion on the floor would have to be withdrawn and a new motion made, correct? If
Could be withdrawn,
if that was what we were to do.
or it could be defeated.
Or it could be defeated. But if we defeat it, whoever defeats it can't be the ones to bring it back, correct? Is that how they explained it in Uni 101? You have to vote in favor in order to bring something back, correct?
Prevailing vote.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm balancing
Yes.
the knowledge they've given me with, perfect, thank you.
So it would have to be somebody that was in favor of it to bring it back. No, somebody that was that had voted to defeat it would have to bring it back. All right, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendments?
In favor?
And those opposed? That is carried. Thank you for exercising democracy.
Thank you very much.
That brings us to item 6, and more specifically, item 6.1, and I believe Ms. Serhan has joined us to introduce this item.
Good morning, Council. So you have before you the tax rate bylaw for 2022. And it is essentially the same as the bylaw that was in front of you last meeting that had first reading. I corrected the rate on page 3 of the bylaw for residential farmland and non-residential school requisition. The rate that was there previously did not include the credit back to the ratepayers for the school requisition that we collected from previous years. So the rate was adjusted downward on there. Even though the wording in the bylaw was that that was what we were going to do, the rate just didn't reflect it. So the school requisition total for 2022 is $18,054,675. And the over-collected school levy is a credit of $802,355. So we're just netting that and then charging the rate that would collect the net amount for that school requisition. A couple of things that I just wanted to point out as we were going through and just to review. So there's 4 requisitions on this tax rate bylaw. The requisition for the provincial school tax. So that is requisitioned through the provincial body and directly to our ratepayers. So it's not something that we pay and then we get reimbursed. We actually charge the ratepayers and submit that to the province. And it's my understanding that they requisition about 30% of their overall school budget through property tax through municipalities. So about 70% is paid through other taxation that the province does. The municipal tax requisition is the tax requisition that is required for the programs, services, and capital projects for infrastructure and facilities that was passed in budget for 2022. Sorry, I'm doing year end also, so some of my stuff is 2021, some of it's 2022, it gets confusing once in a while. We're definitely talking about 2022 here. The Seniors Foundation Tax Requisition. So this requisition is requisitioned through the Senior Housing Foundation that's in Rocky Mountain House. So their requisition has increased substantially in 2022 for operating slightly, an extra $40,000 or just under $40,000 for operating, but they're also requisitioning an additional $454,000 for capital items. Some of those items will be purchased or constructed in 2022, and the balance will go into their restricted surplus for future capital upgrades. So I just want to be clear that Clearwater County has no control over these other bodies that requisition our ratepayers. So that's the housing, the Rocky Housing, the provincial government for the school requisition, and this fourth one, which is the designated industrial property assessment tax requisition. So that's an agreement that the province came to with the industrial property stakeholders. They wanted one body to oversee the assessment of all the industrial properties. And in that negotiation, the province agreed to it only if the cost of that assessment would fall on the industrial stakeholders' property. So that is how that requisition is included in our tax rate bylaw. So again, we have four tax requisitions, one of which is Clearwater County's. One's the province for the school, one's the Seniors Foundation, and for the Rocky Housing, Seniors Housing Council or board requisitions that are ratepayers, and the designated industrial property through the province. So the bylaw you see before you assumes a 0% tax rate increase for the rate that we do have control over, and that's the municipal tax requisition. And a 0% tax rate increase results in a surplus compared to the original budget amount for tax revenue of just over $455,000. The school requisition has increased by $305,000, but it's offset, like I said, by a past year's over collection of $802,000 that we are giving credit back to the stakeholders that had paid school requisitions previously. So that decreases the net school requisition by about $500,000, so that rate will be decreasing. The Seniors Westview Lodge operating requisition increased by $35,909. This year, the lodge is also requisitioning $454,538 for capital items. And as noted, they're hopeful that some of those will move forward in 2022. Even though the number is quite large, spreading it out over all of the ratepayers in Clearwater County doesn't affect the rate substantially. The designated industrial property requisition is applied only to the designated industrial properties, and the rate remains the same as the previous year. And that rate is set through a ministerial order through the province. This bylaw, for a second time, has a penalty date noted in April of the year following the levy. This was to encourage payment of unpaid taxes before the first penalty date in September. The expected mail date for this year's tax and assessment notice will be May 20th. Questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. With the Seniors Westview Lodge, that's one of our organizations, yes?
Well, Clearwater County does have sitting on that board, but they are a board on its own that requisitions our ratepayers.
Okay. And they requisition the town and the village ratepayers as well?
I know they've requisitioned the town, I'm not sure about the Village of Caroline.
Okay. Depends on the
Yes, they
catchment
do.
area?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any additional questions? This is coming back to us for second and third reading. Is anybody willing to make a motion for second reading? Councillor Melhoff? So moved? Any further discussions? All those in favor? And opposed? That's carried. And again, third reading, I entertain a motion for third reading as well. Councillor Graham? Any further questions or discussion? If not, I'll call a question. All those in favor? Well, that's carried. Thank you very much. So that takes us to item 6.2. That's restricted surplus review. And that would go to Ms. Serhan again.
Yes, me again. The following presentation of the overall restricted surplus position for Clearwater County. So what we want to accomplish today is just get an overall understanding of what a restricted surplus account is, what the purpose of each of the specific accounts are, and just have an overall understanding of what has happened in the past. And as I make my way through the presentation, it'll become clear what the next steps are, I believe. So in the past, we've always called restricted surplus accounts reserve accounts. Reserve by definition is supply of a commodity not needed for immediate use but available if required. And a quote is, Canada has major gold, silver, coal, gas, and oil reserves. Restricted surplus has a little bit different meaning. So reserves in the world of business and finance refers to money in hand, money that is available to be used for a wide range of possibilities, including meeting future planned payments, unexpected events, emergencies, opportunities. They're funds that individuals, companies, organizations, central banks, and governments set aside for future use or just in case. So have we been using the wrong term? Quite possibly. Although the term reserves has been used to describe the equity earmarked for certain projects, the correct term is restricted and unrestricted surplus. So restricted surplus, the definition is internally earmarked equity for future projects to sustain or enhance the quality of life for Clearwater County ratepayers. So why do municipalities internally restrict surplus? There's several reasons, but the largest reason by far is to offset future tax increases for large projects to maintain or build infrastructure. And unrestricted surplus, what's the difference between restricted and unrestricted surplus? Restricted surplus is a surplus that's earmarked for a specific use, while unrestricted surplus is used more like a contingency, available to use without a specific project or use in mind. Now that we discussed the why and the what, let's talk about how. Technically, the formula for what is included in restricted surplus is all of the assets minus all of the liabilities at a certain point in time for the entity. And this is also known as equity. So equity is the remaining value of an owner's interest in a company after all liabilities have been deducted. The word equity can also be used to refer to personal finances. For instance, if someone owns a $400,000 home and has a $150,000 mortgage on it, then the owner can say that he has $250,000 in equity in the property, or tangible, or TCA equity is what is referred to in Clearwater County statements. Or a different way of looking at it is saving for three different things. You're saving for a car, a down payment for a house, and a trip. They are all restricted, and then you aren't going to use them except for the intended purpose unless there's a catastrophic event or you change your mind about your priorities. So I just have the financial statements from 2020 in front of me, and I know you don't, but I just wanted to go through the things that that would compare to that. So our accumulated surplus, 465,000 of it, in the statements, the equity intangible capital assets is 350,889,165. So that is equity in roads, bridges, facilities, anything tangible. So it's not like you have access to that funds, those funds. And borrowing is one way that most people use equity in tangible capital assets. However, borrowing for municipalities is a little different. They don't go based on your equity and your tangible capital assets. They go based on your cash flow or what your revenue is year over year. So even though there is a large sum of equity in tangible capital assets for Clearwater County, it is more used in guiding asset management than it is in equity or using resources for future use. The balance is held in inventories. So gravel is quite a large inventory. Land held for resale, we have quite a large inventory of lots for sale. Prepaid expenses. And then the liabilities that are deducted are any outstanding invoices that we have at the end of the year, any long-term debt that we have at the end of the year, and any deferred revenue. So that's revenue that we haven't been able to recognize yet. So we get a grant and we haven't met the criteria in the grant yet. We can't recognize that revenue until the criteria for the grant is met. So that's a liability, because even though we have that cash in our bank account, if we do not meet the criteria of the grant, we have to send that money back. So it's not really Clearwater County's until the criteria for the grant is met. So that's why it's kept in a liability account. And then another large liability moving forward for the county is the landfill closure and post-closure costs. So that's just kind of an overview, and the rest is held in investments and cash equivalents. So that's kind of an overview of a quick overview of what equity in Clearwater County looks like. Now here's, these numbers are kind of small up on the screen, but this is basically telling you those same numbers. You can see what liabilities that were outstanding, what assets the county held, and what the surplus is earmarked for as far as tangible capital assets and inventories. So when we talk about restricted surplus, that restricted surplus is everything that is not tangible capital assets. So that includes gravel, that includes your prepaid expenses, and that includes land held for resale. So when we talk about restricted surplus, it does not equal cash. A large percentage is kept in cash, but there are some other assets that contribute to equity for Clearwater County. So we're just going to briefly go through the different restricted surplus accounts that the county currently holds. And like my example for a personal equity, this is like your savings account for your trip or your down payment of a big purchase, or you're saving for a car or something. This is what we use the restricted surplus accounts for, to say we're not going to use this until we go on that trip, or until we buy that house, or until we buy that car. And in this case, it's build a bridge, or build a road out west, or put in that regional sewer system. So even though they're named different things, it's the same concept. We have one account that we've put the surpluses that have been earmarked for projects that don't get completed in the year that they are started, to ensure that that money doesn't get earmarked for something else down the road. So, for example, these are some of the things that were started either in 2019 or 2020 that we're continuing to move forward on in 2021. And those, it was earmarked that those funds would be taken through restricted surplus. So for example, the Leslieville Public Services Building, there's $2 million in restricted surplus for that. And instead of leaving it in the facilities reserve where it could get earmarked for something else, we move it into the work in progress because that project has started and we can't stop it now. So that money needs to stay with that project that's already started. The rest of these restricted surplus accounts are priorities that past councils have decided were priorities. But at any time, council can decide that this is not what their priority is. So the county facilities restricted surplus account is designed to build resources to gradually have the funds to have strategically placed facilities to provide services efficiently to Clearwater County ratepayers. Current deposits to this fund include $1.5 million annually and any rental income earned from any properties owned by Clearwater County. This fund would be used for significant upgrades, purchases, or new builds of any facility. And the balance, and the reason I'm using the balance at December 31st of 2020 is because the financial statements for 2021 are not completed yet. So I don't have a solid number for the restricted surplus because council will need to make some decisions before the financial statements are finalized as to if there is a surplus or a deficit at the end of 2021, where is that going to be funded? Like if it's a surplus, then where are the funds going? Which restricted surplus account do you want those funds to go in? And if there is a deficit, you'll have to decide where the funding, which restricted surplus those funds will come from. I'm fairly confident there will be a surplus. There was a budget for a $5 million surplus, and we will be bringing back to you those final transfers and just for final authorization from council. So at the end of December 2020, the facilities reserve was $7.2 million with an expectation there would be another $1.5 million going into there for 2021. The tax rate stabilization restricted surplus account began in 2009 and has had regular deposits into this account until 2020. And this fund has grown from $3.8 million to $12.9 million. Councils of past and present see the potential collapse of the oil and gas assessment in Clearwater County, which funds approximately 85 to 90% of their tax revenue. So this fund was created to buffer the future declines of the oil and gas assessments. Deficits in the past several years were projected to come out of this reserve, which with unexpected revenue in the form of grants, oil and gas well drilling tax, which has been discontinued, that program has been discontinued, for the most part have helped to fund those projected deficits, and withdrawals have remained unnecessary. The Nordegg Development Restricted Surplus Fund was created as a due from account. So anytime there was development of any kind, it was taken from this fund. This usually put Nordegg in a due to the county scenario. Once lots are sold, these funds are credited back into the account to offset the cost of the development in Nordegg. With the exception of using some MSI funds to supplement funds for the sanitary system in Nordegg, the lot sales have funded most of the development in Nordegg to date. Even with the construction of the Nordegg Historic Core in 2020, the balance of that reserve is projected to be due to the county of $3.9 million. The lot sales have been strong in 2021, and already into 2022, offsetting more than the development costs in the last 2 years. So that means that the amount that was spent in 2021, there was more than the lot sales sold. So there, you'll see a positive trend for this balance in the financial statements. Municipal recreation and school, this is a legislated fund that our monies paid to the municipality in lieu of green and recreation spaces when developers are developing other spaces within the county. So when a developer develops a property, there is legislation saying that there has to be so much of that green space or so much of that development set aside for green space. And if they decide not to do that, they have to put money into a fund that the county would develop a green space that's accessible for more than that development. It would be to provide recreation to the county as a whole or for a larger area if they combine more than one development. There's legislation surrounding what these funds can be spent on, and this is where council placed the matching funds for the new school builds in Leslieville and Condor in 2018. The balance of this fund at the end of 2020 is $1,328,765. The North Saskatchewan River Park intersection construction, this project moved forward in 2021, and there will be a balance left after that project is completed. So there will be a decision to be made as to what to do with the balance of that restricted surplus account.
Ms. Serhan, do you have time for a question?
I do.
Councillor Melhoff's light's been on.
Yeah, no, I don't mind.
Perfect. Thank you, Reeve. Back to the municipal recreation and
Oh,
school.
yeah.
Sorry. If we were to develop the green space around between the school and the training center in Leslieville, would access to this account be available?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The broadband restricted surplus. So the broadband fund has grown consistently over the last few years, topping out at $13,300,000 at the end of 2020. In 2021, over $11 million was spent and will come out of this restricted surplus account. The balance remaining will be just over $2 million to fund the balance of the work to occur in 2022. The airport restricted surplus account, the county has been aware of the need for a new terminal building at the airport for some time. Some funds were set aside, but not being sure where this project was on the town's priority list, it has not been a priority. Recently, this has become a priority for both municipalities with hopes of moving forward in the next year or two. At the end of 2020, this fund is projected to be at $980,000. Fire-related facilities, training, and apparatus. Fire facilities have been funded at $300,000 annually. The county owns 3 fire halls, Nordegg, Condor, and Leslieville, built for a 50 to 80-year lifespan, and the fire facility restricted surplus account is sitting at $2,300,000. Fire training facility funds were earned by paid-on-call firefighters when deployed for previous wildfire seasons. These funds were earmarked for a training facility construction in 2021 and 2022. At the end of 2020, the funds sat at $484,000. There was further deployments and construction during 2021, so the balance will be changing in the 2021 financial statements.
Deputy Reeve Northcott?
The old fire buildings at Leslieville and Condor, what's the status of those? Or where do they sort of sit?
I believe they are being used for storage at the moment. I don't believe they're needed.
Well, if you go ahead, if there's questions, now's the time. We have the subject matter people here, so.
I missed the question.
Go ahead.
There's 3 fire service buildings. I was just curious about the old buildings. the old one that's in Lestyville and the old fire hall that's in Condor.
So,
The status of them, I guess.
yeah, no. One thing I've identified to council in the past there is our heated storage facility deficit. And those existing fire halls in Condor and Lestyville are both being utilized for heated storage for public works, ag services, materials and equipment.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. If we're diving into this, I have some questions as well. In watching some of the video footage in preparation to become a councillor, it was my understanding that an extra bay was not added onto the Lesleyville facility because Public Works said it was not required, and the sale of the old Lesleyville Fire Hall was supposed to be part of the funding model for building the new facility. So are we looking at selling the old fire hall?
Forgive me, I don't recall the conversation when in regards to selling the old fire hall. I know it was discussed as an option. There's been a lot of community interest in the fire hall itself. It really kind of boils down to the will of council. If council wishes to dispose of that building, there was an effect that we did not, we only built a 3-bay building in Lesleyville instead of a 5-bay similar to Condor. So our heated storage needs there are barely being met. We lost, so further, after that discussion, of course, we lost 3 additional bays from the POP here in Rocky Mountain House. So we used to actually have additional heated storage there, but because we reallocated those 3 bays to support our broadband initiative, so losing those 3, plus we didn't build when we first looking at Lesleyville, it was designed to either be a 3-bay or a 5-bay. The last council decided that a 3-bay is going to suffice. Unfortunately, our heated storage needs continue to grow. We have utilized the existing Lesleyville fire, the old Lesleyville Fire Hall for all our additional heated needs for right now. But really it boils down to the will of council. If council wishes to dispose of that building, we'll have to come with other options to see what could be done. But there again, it was never considered as a primary or even an auxiliary funding source for the build.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I fully support Mr. Hansen's explanation. And in addition, I would point out that the budget that was approved for the new Lesleyville facility did not include proceeds from sale of the old one. So council of the day did approve the full budget required to build the building without relying on those proceeds. And as Mr. Hansen has stated, it's entirely up to this council as to how they would like to move forward with both of those former facilities.
Perhaps that's something we can look at doing at a future strategic planning meeting to explore further rather than utilizing up this time to do so. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? I'll turn the floor back over. Oh, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'd like to go back to the public service building in Lesleyville, that we have $2 million set aside for that. I haven't seen anything in the capital budget reports about work being done in that building. What does that consist of? What's to be done?
So the information is being presented today is a year old. So this is, the financial statements haven't been updated yet. So you're looking at some older data, which provides a great example for how the work in progress and reserves are set up. So don't look at the numbers as being an accurate representation of 2023, because this would be a year old in some of the examples.
So that work is completed?
That's correct.
It's been done? Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
So the Fire Apparatus Fund is the one that supports the purchase of the large apparatus for Clearwater County's portion of the Regional Fire Service. This fund is being built with $700,000 worth of allocations annually, and the balance of this fund at the end of 2020 is at $1.7 million. Oh, I guess I never completely got that slide updated. we've been calling this the disaster restricted surplus account, and we're trying to figure out a better name for it. This is a fund that currently is capped at $2 million to mitigate any unexpected immediate costs to respond to a high-level emergency. The decision for this was made with the net of the provincial government disaster funding that would kick in for any high-level emergency once costs were calculated. This may need to be reevaluated considering the province's change in their legislation about how they fund disasters within the province of Alberta currently. Public Works Vehicles and Equipment. This fund has been renamed. In 2015, it was called Public Works Capital, and then there was funds added here in anticipation of expanding the then current Public Works shop or having funds to either construct or purchase a new administration building. Subsequently, the salt and sand facility in Caroline used funds from this restricted surplus allocation, and additional allocations have been accumulating at $150,000 annually, and that is more for the vehicles and equipment portion of Public Works fleet. The allocations have been used to purchase the larger Public Works equipment that are needed from time to time, like a loader or grader. The balance at the end of 2020 is $6,352,000. A portion of the restricted surplus should be reallocated to the facility restricted surplus account or wherever council deems the highest priority should be.
And Councillor Ratcliffe has a question.
Thank you. My question was about the disaster or emergency preparedness fund.
Yep.
What is the purpose of that? Is that just to cover what the province doesn't?
Or to cover things that happen before we get funding from the province. However, the province has now set specific formulas on what would get funded and to a cap, I believe. I don't have the legislation in front of me currently, but I know there is changes made to legislation about disaster funding through the province now, so that not everything. Previously, if there was a disaster, for example, the flood in 2013, I don't know how many millions of dollars damaged in Clearwater County, but the province funded that to 100% pretty much, unless to the standard that it was at the time of the flood. If Clearwater County decided to enhance something at that time because they were rebuilding it, then those are things that Clearwater County would fund. However, because of the number of catastrophic events that have been happening in the province, the fires and the floods, the province have been looking at how to cap the amount of funding they can provide to municipalities for this type of expenditure. So I would have to look into it further to give you the exact details on what the formula is now for disaster funding, but it isn't just the province will fund it once we get our reports into them. No, that's not how it works anymore, and there is a cap on how many times you can access disaster funding for a municipality, and to a dollar amount cap also. So.
Would I be correct in saying this allows us to act for the safety of our community without worrying about where you might find that money in the budget?
Absolutely.
Until there was a later support program from the province? It allows us the flexibility to act decisively without worrying about borrowing money or finding some spot to draw it from.
Right, if you had to evacuate a whole community because of a fire, or if there was other things that needed to happen, there's money available to respond quickly, which is what happens in a disaster or a catastrophic event.
Thank you. I had a second part to the question.
Yep.
And this comes from a question I was asked in Nordegg, which is that the province's legislation only covers a percentage, or you mentioned there are caps on disaster to personal property. And their question was, does the county also have a fund to help with that? And I
No.
think no is what I'm hearing you say.
No, personal property is able to be insured, and I guess to this point, that hasn't been a priority for the community purse. It's not something that is efficiently or fairly distributed through a community purse. That's something that is been handled through private insurance.
Okay, thank you for that.
So there's also a restricted surplus called Public Works Capital. And this fund began in 2019 with additions for the funding of access roads of $200,000 and the carry forward of 2019 industrial commercial land development project that hasn't moved forward yet. There are plans to add an additional $1 million to fund the industrial commercial land development in 2021, 2022, and 2023. This would bring this fund to $3.8 million by the end of 2023.
What are you missing?
Yep. There are two funds for, that are distinctly different purposes. Public Works Gravel and Gravel Reclamation. The Gravel Fund is money set aside to purchase land with the ability to excavate gravel from it, and the Gravel Reclamation Fund is resources set aside to do the reclamation of the pits that we are responsible to reclaim after we've excavated all of the resource from that pit. The Gravel Fund is not being continuously funded and sits at $4.4 million. The Gravel Reclamation Fund is being funded through the use of the gravel reserves, and decreases are made at the same amount of reclamation being expensed in any certain fiscal year. So currently the fund sits at $5,667,000. It has been quite some time since we've had anyone do any analysis of the outstanding reclamation for Clearwater County, and likely should be done in the near future to ensure we are setting aside the correct amount of funding for this. Resource roads.
Councillor Melhoff has a question.
Yep.
Thank you, Reeve. With regards to the Public Works gravel reclamation, so this is similar to us ensuring that we have a bond set up for ourselves to ensure our reclamation going forward, similar to what we would do if we were to have that of any other expectation of any other company.
Right.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Councillor Cermak.
Yes, thank you, Reeve. That analysis that you do on the gravel pits,
Yes.
do we get a third party, or
Yes.
does somebody come in and do it?
Yeah, we would hire a third party, likely an engineering firm, to come and just analyze where we're at with each pit, how close they are to being reclaimed, and what the dollar amount would be to reclaim those pits.
So you say that should be done in the near future?
It should be done in the near future to determine whether $5.6 million is the appropriate amount that's set aside. I mean, it's a large dollar amount, but we do have a large number of gravel pits that we continually excavate from. But we also do reclamation every year, so it would be good to do an analysis. I mean, it's not a huge priority, but something that should be considered.
What kind of cost would be involved in that?
I'm not sure. I would have to get operations to do some work on finding out what that would cost. Yeah. They just have my back.
Convenient. Mr. Magnus.
Yeah, that's pit dependent in regards to reclamation in and of itself. Mr. Han is absolutely correct in this, in the regard that currently we have 16 pits that we utilize, both private in terms of what we've purchased, and then public pits, i.e. they are leased from the province, so owned by the Crown, okay, the land. Definitely that's something we need to consider in regards to that last point. Having said that, many of our pits are still in the either early or mid phase of being utilized, so they're not anywhere near the point of being depleted. So as she had pointed out, I mean, in a sense, it is a priority, but not an immediate priority. We would be looking at it, definitely doing a cost analysis sometime in the future. But our team has a very good understanding of each of the pits and where they currently are in regards to their utilization and when they'll come due for reclamation. Cost-wise, again, it's we have some idea in regards to typically what it is, but it's all pit dependent as well.
Okay. No, I was just worried that if we had get you some money so that you could get this done and we needed to allocate some money towards this, we needed to bring a motion to allow you to do it. But you're saying that there's no real need right now, you'll bring it to us when there is?
Definitely, yes, for sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Resource Road Restricted Surplus Account sits at $5 million in the hopes that Clearwater County can cost share with industry and or another level of government for roads mainly used by industry.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How successful are we in being awarded the road bonds that we put on companies to utilize our infrastructure?
So, to the best of my knowledge, we do not require any bonds from any of our industry users from a day-to-day industry use. We have a road use permitting system, which basically there's some other municipalities that do use road bonds there in case of damage. We have been successful in leveraging the ability not to issue any further permits to say to leverage any major concerns that we have for road repairs, damage, etc. So Clearwater County has never seen it necessary to invoke a bond system for road use for industry users.
Perfect, thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. How often is this fund accessed? Like, is it popular with industry?
Well, previously there was a resource road grant available from the province, and Clearwater County has been very successful in those applications. Right now that grant is zero funded from the province.
So this would be the only option then for industry? I'm just wondering how often
So
industry, you know.
yeah, I guess we got to be really clear. The original intent of the resource roads restricted surplus was, very similar to the thought process you had, but it's not for an industry access. It's for us to access funds through a provincial or federal or another granting agency. Those grants have been really non-existent. In the last resource road grant that we had, I think was back in 2011. We did a portion of the Chungo Road. Council of the Day still funded our portion of the resource road funding in the event that the grant came back, or that, and again, another level of government or another partner would come in and fund a larger project. And we've had a large project looming, sitting on the door, was going to be accessed there, but that is yet to come to pass.
Okay, so this is more of a holding fund for grants, or where there used to be grants.
Yeah, and
for
really
for matching, like if the grant is a 50% or 70%, then this would be Clearwater County's portion of that project.
and it's an understanding, not a policy. It's an understanding with the council that was the intent, and that was, like we've talked about it at every budget meeting, every time we've talked about reserves, about the intent of the resource road restricted surplus, and if this council still believes in that same intent, then that's what it is. If this council believes that the intent needs to change, then that can happen as well. Like I said, it's not policy driven. That was the understanding of this council of the day.
Okay, I think I understand it now. Thank you, both.
Councillor Cermak.
Just one other comment to these resource roads. On the long weekend, we get a pile of people using our West Country. They use our roads to get out there. They use the government land to camp on. Do we ever get any reimbursement from the provincial government? Because most of these people don't even use our facilities. They don't use our people for groceries. They buy it all when they come with their camper. They camp out there for $30, but they use our roads and all our infrastructure to get out there, and we get nothing back in return.
Well, it's a more complex than that, because when Community Purses started, the Community Purse was just funding their local area, and they were only using their local area. But now we use roads to get to Edmonton, we use roads to get to Saskatchewan, we use roads to get to British Columbia, and they're not in our municipality. So we maintain the roads that are in our municipality for anyone to use, just like the city of Calgary maintains their roads for anyone to use. So it's just like you're responsible for your backyard.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from. I was just wondering because, I mean, on a long weekend, we can get 100,000 vehicles using our roads. And we get no tax, no nothing out of it. And I know that the county has to go out there and grade those roads and spend a lot of money and get nothing back in return, and the taxpayers has to pay for that. I was just wondering if there's some way that there's grants that the government gives for that.
Yeah,
but I understand how you
it's just
explain
like,
that.
there's lots of people that access the hospitals in Edmonton and Calgary, and we have to use the roads to get there, so.
Yep, true. Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff after a question. I would just remind that much of our assessment that we collect taxes on is based on industry that's accessed through many of those roads, and that is in part creating a payback or value for those industries that support us through taxation to upgrade and maintain those roads and keep them safe. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Cermak, I think that you are touching on a point that I believe is very important, that we work on building a resolution to go to the RMA to look at what the province is doing with that backcountry camping fee and how municipalities are that are the most affected by backcountry campers with their search and rescue teams, their increased policing, their increased fire rescue services, garbage collection, etc., so that we can find out what is happening with that money and how we can access it. So I'm hoping that this council can build and support a resolution going forward so that we know what is happening with that funding model.
Thank you for clarifying. I didn't get around to saying that. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
So paved roads, restricted surplus account at the end of 2020 was sitting at just over $14 million. However, in 2021, 23, and 24, these funds will be accessed for 3 major projects, leaving this fund at $1.2 million at the end of 2024, with no additional surpluses being identified to go into this account. West Country Road restricted surplus account is to support industry in the West Country, and additional surpluses are identified here at $300,000 annually. And typically when there's enough money in there to do a project that Public Works Infrastructure deems necessary or appropriate, then they will access that fund and bring it forward in budget.
Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve.
Sorry, I'm getting a split vision here. I'm still watching the screen and
it's all
and
good.
lights.
With regards to paved roads, because there is not anything identified, how do we make it so that similar to the West Country Road Fund, we have something identified. We're always gonna be paving roads. Our administration is great at having a 10-year capital road plan. Perhaps we need to look at what we need to ensure annually is put into that fund so that we're not like, hey, we need to pave a road, we need $10 million. How do we accomplish that?
I am so glad I came today. So, there's a couple different tools that can be, or utilized, three that I can think of off the top of my head. Mr. Rand can help me with others. So you're going to be soon having discussion with your surplus from 2022, once your financial statements are done, when you're looking at allocating the surplus from that year, then it could be done at that time. During the budgeting process, we could just adopt that as a philosophy that, during the budgeting process, we allocate those funds at that time. Or if you see another reserve that you feel that's overfunded, that you could reallocate money from that reserve and to build that up. And I agree 100% that our cost of even just to maintain our surface road inventory is going to be increasing over time, as we see with our current oil prices. We've really beaten up that reserve, as you can see, over the next 3 years. So a more robust funding strategy for that reserve there would be appropriate.
Then I would request during our budget deliberations that we have administration bring us back options for continually funding that model going forward. Do I have to motion that, or can we do it later?
No.
We can do it later? Okay. Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. And just looking at these two funds, the West Country Road, which is for industry, and the resource roads, what's the interrelationship between these two funds? They seem very similar.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Sorry. So the West Country Roads actually is a policy-driven, restricted surplus from the surface roads and major projects policy. The last line in there indicates that $300,000 per year will be allocated into a fund to assist with our upgrading our West Country road infrastructure. So as Councillor Cermak there well identified and described, is that, it's typically high use for a short period of time, long weekends, especially in our summer months. They're remote, typically more expensive to construct. We have solid rock in a lot of areas, close to creeks and streams due to the topography. So they're expensive to maintain and to construct. So that's why councils of the day actually created that policy statement to allow for the savings of dollars to build up over a period of time, identify certain priorities as they change over the years, because we have seen how the North Fork Road, for example, at one time was booming, then it died right off, and then it tends to go in cycles. And so we look at the usage to kind of, as we're building up that reserve, to say, okay, where is the priority, where's the need today? And that's when we come to you guys with a recommendation. So really, so West Country Road is a policy-driven annual allocation of surplus funds for a project, which is typically 100% funded by the county, whereas Resource Roads was back on that premise of a cost share for there again, it's more of a isolated route used primarily by industry, because supporting industry is been deemed as very important to previous councils and this council. We know who basically pays the bills there for this municipality. We need to support that industry. So these are two very good examples of how council does that.
Thank you.
Oh, another one that needs a new name. Ag Service Board, restricted surplus. Annual additions to this account were being placed here, with the last addition being 2018 of $340,000 to bring this account to $4 million. There's been many discussions over the years of contributing to an ag rec facility. Funds were used from this account in 2020 for the purchase of rec lands in Caroline, and this fund currently sits at $3,717,000. And the placeholder for spending it has been put in 2024. Municipal sewer restricted surplus, council started to restrict funds for the purpose of what has been called a regional sewer facility in 2011. There have been more allocations and funds used for the sewer projects that have been completed since then. This restricted surplus account sits at $9,952,000 at the end of 2020, with a project currently being funded from it in 2022 for just over $2 million. There's also a Leslieville sewer account that has been accumulated with fees that are above the cost of operating that system in Leslieville. So the fees are more than the cost of operating. It's not coming anywhere close to contributing to the capital costs of that facility, but we wanted to earmark them for that purpose. At the end of 2020, this fund sits at $153,000. Bridge infrastructure, Clearwater County has 173 bridge structures which previously belonged to the province, and the declining condition and subsequent replacement fell on the province's plate. But recently the province has wavered on funding bridge structures that Clearwater County thought were a priority and subsequently stopped funding most structures at all. Recently, the province has put more dollars into the municipal bridge structures, and every dollar has been appreciated. At the end of 2020, the bridge deficit restricted surplus account sits at $14,393,000. Subsequent projects funded through this account are, there's one in 2021 that happened already, $2.7 million, 2022, $6.8 million, and 2023, $2.5 million, leaving this fund at $3.4 million after the projects in the next 3 years. The only thing I'd add to that is that additionally, STIP funding, if we always apply for STIP funding for any bridge that we are, that we think even has a slight chance of being approved, and then if they are approved, then the funds stay in this bridge infrastructure account with less going out to fund the project in that year that we received the grant in.
And Councillor Cermak.
Can we go back just for a second to the Ag Service Board? That very last sentence. Can you explain that to me?
That the fund sits at $3.7 million and that there's a placeholder of spending the money in 2024.
Yeah, what does that mean, a placeholder?
Well, there's a project being identified in 2024 on the 10-year capital plan as that this money would be spent on a project in 2024.
Mr. Hagan.
And if council will recall, at the most recent strategic planning meeting, Mr. Martinson provided some details around this initiative over the years. This council may decide 2024 is the year to move ahead on this. They may decide it's not. So further to the discussion that took place at strategic planning, I think this council has more thought and discussion to take place and options to explore in terms of that. So a placeholder is meant to just kind of keep it on council's radar that at some point in time, council intends to spend this money, may or may not be there, and that's the liberty of council is to readjust those things as new information comes to light and as these plans are put together.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Would I be right in assuming that this bridge infrastructure fund would be very similar to our paved road fund, that we need to look at how we are continually funding this because we can't rely on grants from the province, so we should look at a funding model for that particular fund as well.
Mr. Hagan?
And thank you for that comment, Councillor Melhoff. If council recalls as well, in the new strategic plan that's been put out for public comment, there's two items in there I'd like to raise attention to, and that is one being an asset management policy, and funding asset replacement and funding for new assets is critical to that plan and that policy. And then very much related to that is a policy around reserves. So our intention going forward in the next number of years is to flesh out all of these restricted surplus accounts, identifying the purpose for each, and potentially minimum, maximum amounts, what the strategy is, what they're there to support. So there should be a very strong linkage between our asset management plan and our funding strategy to replace and buy new assets going forward. So all of these things are interrelated.
And then there won't be any surprise going forward, hopefully.
Or at least fewer surprises.
Or at least then we have the disaster fund if there's surprises. Thank you.
The reserves held for regional waste. So the Rocky Mountain Regional Solid Waste Association dissolution is having a large impact on the preparation of the financial statements for Clearwater County for 2021. Once these calculations are finalized and funds dispersed to the joint partners, the county's financial statements can be completed for 2021. From that point on, the county will have specific responsibilities for waste for the stakeholders for the entire region. Council will have a chance to see these in the statements in the coming weeks. And then the last one is the unrestricted surplus. So these are surpluses that have not been identified for a specific project or purpose. These can be used for contingency or unexpected operating costs, or subsequently moved to a restricted surplus account. Once financial statements are in a draft form, council will have a solid number for the additional surpluses in 2021. There will be an agenda item in front of council before the passing of the financial statements that will give council the ability to restrict some of these surpluses to this council's priorities. So the next steps are deciding, are the status quo plans what is best for the county? Is there capacity and desire to change or add priorities? Are the projects in the 10-year capital plan the priorities for this council? And do the funds set aside in restricted surplus match those priorities? And those priorities tie to your strategic plan that you just completed. And so your restricted surplus policy that Mr. Hagan alluded to and the asset management plan are very closely tied to your strategic plan. So we want to marry those documents together so that your priorities that are set out in your strategic plan are being funded. I think that was the last slide.
Great, well, thank you very much. Any additional questions? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yeah, it's not really related to the budget, this budget that much, but I'm just wondering where we are in the dissolution of the Regional Solid Waste Authority. Is there a lot left to complete that, or are we pretty much there?
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I will be addressing that again in the CAO report. Most of the transactions that need to take place for the dissolution have happened in terms of liquidating assets, passing ownership of assets to the municipalities who have expressed interest in acquiring them. So most of that legwork has taken place, and as Ms. Serhan alluded to, that leads to a lot of transactional documentation that we need to incorporate into not only our financial statements, but those of our municipal partners, being the town of Rocky Mountain House and the village of Caroline as well. As this was a joint venture between the three municipalities, there are residual equity shares in that joint venture that need to be dispersed and shared out. And that's the process we're going through right now. So it's very much administrative and clerical from an accounting perspective where we're going. As for actually getting the operation up and running, Clearwater County is operating its solid waste system, as is the town and the village. So practically, we're almost there. Just logistically, in terms of the record keeping, there's still work to do.
Okay. Is there a time limit on it?
There's not a time limit, but there is a target for us. It'll most definitely be completed in 2022, but we're hoping sooner rather than later. Because we know that each of the municipalities has plans for their share of that equity in the former joint venture and need to move ahead with their plans.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Mr. Hen, you always do such a great job on these presentations. I always learn so much, and thank you, gentlemen, for being available to answer all of our questions as well. I would move that council receives the restricted surplus review for information as presented.
Thank you for that. I would have one other comment that perhaps council will get this question asked them once or twice. These funds, where are these funds actually held and how are they accounted for? I would assume there are some accounts that you can
Right, so
share
most
with
of
us?
the funds are, like I said, held in investments and in the operating accounts. I didn't calculate the percentage, but some of it is held in gravel and some of it is held in prepaid expenses and land held for resale. So it's the equity in the non-tangible capital assets. So most of that is cash and investments, a little bit of accounts receivable, and then the balance is held in the lots in Nordegg and the Village of Caroline, and inventories for consumption, which is mainly gravel.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you. If I can just supplement that information as well with our cash management strategy. Because these restricted surplus amounts are meant for future initiatives, we tend to keep the majority of the cash-backed balances in longer-term investments, largely being municipal bonds, government bonds, that sort of thing. So those typically don't move a lot in terms of the balances from year to year, and you'll see that on the financial statements as well.
Thank you for that. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor to accept for information. Any further discussion, questions? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Not a question. Thank you for the tutorial. I have a much better understanding of our reserves.
Good.
After that. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yes, and again, I would echo that same comment. Thank you
Thanks.
so much. I think that was very informative and very reassuring that what I believe to be true is true.
Good.
And that's great. Again, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Yeah, that's carried. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
And that takes us, I think do we have time for item, where am I at here? 6.3, I believe. Think so? Okay, I'll turn it across to Mr. Hagan, I believe, for that one.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'm just calling the item up on my computer here. So the draft bylaw that is before you today, Council, represents a very procedural bylaw. It's essentially meant for effective cash management so that it provides the county with access to a line of credit through the Alberta Treasury Branch, as well as provision for corporate credit cards or purchasing cards. So although these may seem straightforward and a normal course of business, they do represent borrowings. If the county decides to borrow on that line of credit, it needs the authority of council before we can do that. So in the past, the bank, the ATB, used to look for this annually, and then over the last few years, they were satisfied with the documentation that the borrowing was in place and would roll over year to year. And we've recently been informed that they've changed their records provisions again, and will be looking for that authorization by council on an annual basis. So what administration is recommending is a total amount of $5 million, and that would provide for a maximum line of credit of $4,850,000, as well as $150,000 for procurement cards. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily that we run up to that $150,000 limit. The procurement cards are really meant to expedite payments for smaller purchases, but we have several of those cards in the hands of county employees who make those frequent low-dollar purchases. And within a month, we want to make sure that each one of them has sufficient credit limit that they're not running out of that, because then we have to go through a longer process of actually getting a check or an electronic funds transfer payment issued to that vendor. Particularly we go on deployments with our fire service, those credit cards are very valuable because it really expedites getting the hotel rooms paid for, gas paid for vehicles and so forth. And as well for conferences and so forth that not only staff attend, but council as well. So that is just one purchasing utility. Our balances are paid every month, so we incur no interest charges on those credit cards. But still needs that authorization here. The line of credit, in the time that I've been with Clearwater County, we've never accessed it. But it is prudent cash management to have that available in the event that we have a sudden need for significant amounts of cash, like we talked about, an emergency situation, a disaster situation. It might be more cost effective for the county to access that line of credit at perhaps a lower borrowing rate than to cash in our longer term investments that are currently earning more in interest. So with that, and Alberta Treasury Branch's new requirements for authorization, council can expect to see a bylaw similar to this on an annual basis, likely brought in January of each year. Right now, ATV and ourselves are playing a bit of catch up with this one for 2022. So what I'm recommending on behalf of administration is that council consider all three readings in this meeting today.
Great, thank you. So there is a recommendation to grant first reading, second reading, permission for third and third reading. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just while we're discussing debentures, I'm curious, with the province increasing our the interest rate for debentures, is it something that we should be looking at removing all debentures, paying them off, or finding a different funding model for them based on them increasing those interest rates?
That's an excellent question. Water County only has one outstanding debenture, which is related to the construction that took place at the Westview Lodge several years ago. And that interest rate's locked in, so that interest rate will not be changing. But the fact that we do expect interest rates to be rising will be an item for consideration for this council in terms of funding any new initiatives going forward. If council is interested in borrowing to fund, there's going to be an impact because those interest rates will be higher than what we've seen in the past. But right now, it won't have any impact on us.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Again, looking for that motion for first reading. Councillor Melhoff? Okay. And all those in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Thank you very much. And again, looking for a motion for second reading. Councillor Graham? Thank you. And all those in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Thank you. And now a motion for permission for third reading. Councillor Cermak? All those in favor?
In favor.
Okay. Question, Councillor Melhoff.
Just because in Communities 101, we learned that we should not be doing multiple bylaw readings in one sitting. How is this one seen differently?
My perception of this, councillor, is that this one is rather procedural in nature. If this was a borrowing bylaw for a debenture to fund a capital project or something similar to that, I would think it would be prudent, and I would be recommending that council defer third reading to allow for public feedback, further consideration, and so forth. This one I see as very little risk to the county and very straightforward. And again, that's the reason that the MJA requires that council look for that permission for third reading to ensure that all of council is comfortable moving forward and approving all three readings in one meeting.
Perfect. Thank you for the clarification. I just felt it was important to ask the question.
Certainly.
Sorry.
Thank you. And I think you will find that from time to time there is a procedural event like this, that this is the process that we use to maximize the efficiency of not only our time but staff's time as well, I think, in there. So, again, a motion for third reading, I believe, is on the table. Or am I looking for a motion? I'm looking for a motion for third reading. Motion, Councillor Ratcliffe. And all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council.
I think that takes us to 12 o'clock. I think it's an appropriate time to take 40 minutes for lunch. So back here at 12:40. Well, welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We are joined by Janine Grunberg this afternoon for item 7. And I guess we would need a motion to accept her communication via electronic. Councillor Melhoff? All those in favor? And that's carried. Well, great. Welcome, Janine. And we're moving on to item 7.1 on our agenda, and that is draft broadband policy amendments. If you're following along in your program here today, that is page 85, I believe that starts on. Just bear with me as I leaf through here. So again, the seats vertical, the tray folded, and the seatbelt sign is on. So let's move forward with this. I'll turn it across to Mr. Hagan.
Reeve Lougheed. Administration is presenting to you today 2 related agenda items. The first of which is suggested amendments, recommended amendments to the current broadband policy. The second will be consideration of a draft bylaw. These 2 items are related in that they result from advice from the county's legal counsel and recognition of best practices in terms of balancing council's duties and obligations to citizens of the community in terms of protecting the county against any sort of accusation of inappropriateness in terms of pecuniary interest, fiduciary duty, and at the same time allowing businesses within the county to have the ability to compete and potentially be awarded county contracts without any sort of conflict of interest. So these amendments before you, starting with the policy, the intent of which is to be more specific, to allow council to proceed with its broadband initiative. I'll be blunt, this project has been delayed over the last number of months. We've been able to continue with construction, but not having a path forward represents risk to this municipality in seeing successful completion of this project. So I won't go through the item verbatim. There's a lot of verbiage there, but certainly administration is available to answer questions, as is legal counsel with Ms. Grunberg.
Thank you. So our intent here is to review and amend the broadband policy. So I guess, Councillor Ratcliffe, your light's on. I guess a question or a comment?
Yes, I've been kind of blindsided by these 2 documents, the policy and the bylaw. The approach is different from what we had seen before. I have not had time to speak to my lawyer. I've been able to trade a couple of emails. This specifically targets me and would prevent me from carrying out my duties and obligations to the ratepayers. It doesn't really follow the MGA, and there's some other issues here that we need to work with. So I have not had time to be able to prepare to respond to this. And so I request that this be tabled, delayed, rescheduled, so that I have that opportunity.
So, I'm gonna put my cards on the table right off the beginning. I know, and I sense, Neil, that you feel frustrated by this process, that you are a subject matter expert, I would say, and would want to contribute into the broadband policy. I also sense that you feel frustrated because this has been your family's livelihood, and and you see some restrictions in that role. And I also feel you're frustrated by your fiduciary duty as a councillor to have input and to represent your community. I don't know if this council can solve those conflicts for you. I think we've spent a lot of time trying to give you time to find a solution that works for you. This is a potential solution that works for the goals and vision of Clearwater County in developing a broadband infrastructure, and allows you the time to seek solutions in another path. I think we've been at an impasse for some time now, and ultimately I see this as a path forward for this council to make the necessary decisions we need to make to reach those visions and goals that have been set out and are in the path of being implemented as we speak. And I'll just leave my comments for now at that point, and open it up for any other comments. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Personally, I'm not comfortable naming any one individual. It's one thing to put restrictions on who can sit on these different boards, etc. But along this whole thing, I've sat on we do not want to discriminate directly against somebody, knowing that we need to do something so that we can move forward, but naming somebody directly, I'm not comfortable in naming them or naming a company that this councillor may or may not even be fully affiliated with, understanding that pecuniary interest may be there based on that it may still sit in his family. But have we discussed this with the CEO of Lightlink? Because Councillor Radcliffe is, in my understanding, no longer the CAO of that company.
Never was.
Are you asking me that question?
Or I don't know who can answer those questions.
I certainly have no knowledge at all about the operation and who the CEO of Lightlink may or may not be. I have nothing to really offer on that. Mr. Hagan or perhaps Janine. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I can confirm that through corporate registry search, administration and legal counsel can confirm that the CEO of and president of Lightlink is Elsie Nelson, who I understand is related to Councillor Radcliffe.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, by all means.
How does it sit legally for us to outright name a company or an individual in a policy such as this?
Maybe that would be a great question for Janine.
Thank you very much, Reeve Lougheed and members of council. I will say that I'm happy to speak generally in relation to matters, but our recommendation always is to go in camera and reference that. My understanding as part, and perhaps Mr. Hagan could provide some additional context in terms of timing, etc. It was my understanding in terms of timing that the purpose of today's meeting was to introduce these two items, the changes to the policy and the reframing, if you will, of the broadband committee, to allow affected parties such as Councillor Radcliffe to have input, but to then reschedule any, for example, of course, on the bylaw, of course, a bylaw requires 3 readings. And so it would be appropriate to hear some information today and then in due course to consider with any additional readings after receiving input from council and if council wishes, other affected parties. There is no, of course, public hearing component in relation to this type of a bylaw. And the only public component for this type of a bylaw is that council pass the bylaw at a regularly scheduled council meeting, and the same, of course, which is conducted in the public, and the same, of course, goes for the policy itself. So perhaps it would give Councillor Ratcliffe a level of comfort if council could discuss amongst itself when in the future it would like to proceed with further consideration, and then allow for an opportunity for input in the interim. And if council wishes to have input from LightLink, while council is not obliged to take that input, say, for example, in a written submission, council could request that input. But by all means, there is no such thing as a public hearing or a required public participation short of conducting or considering these matters in a regular publicly scheduled council meeting. Okay. So that was my general comment. In terms of specifics on policies, there's nothing in the Municipal Government Act precluding a policy from speaking about specific contexts. And if it's a matter of preference, that a policy be drafted more generically rather than more specifically in a more direct manner, that's something that could be accommodated.
Thank you, Janine. Yeah, you answered, you did answer my questions. Thank you.
Additional questions? I think part 2 of our item here today, 7.2, of course, is a first reading that would be coming back then at a later date for second and third readings. So it gives that opportunity for feedback and, getting the best possible solution moving forward. Right now on 7.1, are there any suggested amendments to the policy that's before us? Do we want to, like as you had said, do we want to make it less specific? I know this was drafted to hope to meet a challenging situation, and that made it fairly specific. We can probably go through gyrations to make it less specific, but the intent will probably end up being somewhat the same. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, as stated before, I'm not super comfortable with us directly naming somebody in a policy or a bylaw.
I'll just share that I'm not super comfortable with any of this, but we need to have, we cannot stay in an impasse forever. There is important business that's important to our community, and I don't think it would be, I really can't understand, it would be Councillor Ratcliffe's intention to kill the project by creating an impasse that we can't move forward somehow as rational people, and kind of create all those things that conflict us all those things that help us make our decisions, but also help us make decisions that make our community a better thing. I can't imagine Councillor Ratcliffe not wanting to embrace those principles. But ultimately, I know that there is frustration there because this is his livelihood as well. So trying to find solutions so we can move forward and make those decisions for the best interest of our community going forward. That's where I'm at. That's why I will support what is before us now until we have a better solution at some point. But right now, this is a path forward. Councillor Ratcliffe, sorry, I'm sitting on a soapbox and not giving you a chance to speak. Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to clarify that by no means is this my livelihood. Something that's never happened is that we have sat down in a constructive atmosphere to find a solution. That could work.
Well, I guess I thought there had been moments that were shaping that kind of constructive thing all the way along the line. I find us 6 months later still not seeming to get any closer to finding a path forward. And I mean, it really does handcuff council in being able to get the information they need to be able to make rational, informed decisions about the future of a very important project for our community. So that's, again, that's why I would support this path forward until we have a better path forward. Additional comments? Anyone? Oh, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would concur, Reeve Lougheed, with everything that you said, and I would support this moving forward. But we still would have the opportunity to change it or amend it in any way after everyone has a chance to speak with their appropriate counsel and everything. And I mean, I'm open to making changes and suggestions, and I think you've hit the nail right on the head, Reeve Lougheed. We all kind of want to move forward with this and do the best that.
Thank you for that, and I'll go back to Councillor Ratcliffe, unless, yeah, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I just want to point out that I have not been privy to any of the discussions that have been going on this matter. So, again, how do you expect that this is the only way? And I also want to say that for me, this broadband project will be the most significant undertaking by this municipality this century. It is extremely important.
And I guess, again, I'll make another comment. I don't want to sound like I'm just filling dead air, but, oh, sorry, was there a, oh, Councillor Swanson, sorry, if you would like to go ahead, please.
I just feel that this is a fair opportunity for both Councillor Ratcliffe and for LightLink to participate in our broadband project in a very prescribed manner. And as our discussions through legal have pointed out, that we need to be able to communicate amongst each other and to our community in regards to this project in a very in the right manner. And so I am, as identified by Councillor, sorry for that. As identified by Councillor Ms. Graham, I agree, and also with your particular comments made as well. So I'm fine with supporting this particular policy, and we can change it as we see fit.
Okay. Any additional comments? Anything specific to the policy that want to discuss, or are we okay with those things that are highlighted in red and those strike-throughs? Is there anything we want to highlight, Mr. Hagan, in this that?
Nothing specific, Reeve Lougheed, unless legal counsel has anything in particular. Again, this policy forms the basis of the next agenda item, being the bylaw to establish a broadband committee going forward. And the only thing I would repeat is that the intent coming through is to help this council find a way forward to balance the interests of each councillor as well as those of private businesses.
Yes, and I would just comment that the nature of open council is such that information sometimes can find its way into the public forum that is inappropriate at that time, and once something is said, it's almost impossible to unhear that, and that can affect those non-disclosure agreements, those agreements we have with other internet service providers, other businesses, other legal entities that have shared information in trust. And we don't want to compromise that. We certainly don't want to compromise the integrity of our decision-making process and have it open to criticism all the way along the line. This is a possible solution, although not imperfect, I will admit that, that allows us to have as free a communication as possible and still protect those non-disclosure agreements and those relationships that we've developed within good trust or good faith moving forward. That's another soapbox comment, but that's kind of where I'm at. Additional comments? So again, then I guess we would be, if we're not looking to amend this policy, we've reviewed it, we would amend, or yes, go ahead, please.
There's been some different discussion, and I'd suggest that there be some clarity in terms of there being a specific resolution. So the staff recommendation is that council reviews and considers approving amendments to the broadband policy as presented. There was a suggestion by one councillor, Councillor Melhoff, that there be some revisions to make the policy less personal, more generic. There was a request by Councillor Ratcliffe to defer the matter to another meeting, so he would have the opportunity to review the matter with his legal counsel and provide input. Now, if council wishes, they can certainly pass a resolution to schedule the matter for a future date and perhaps provide a deadline, an interim deadline for Councillor Ratcliffe to provide input prior to that time. If the matter is scheduled for a future date, perhaps it would be helpful for administration and in turn legal counsel to appreciate whether there's a consensus amongst council to make the references more generic rather than specific, one way or the other on that, and options could be presented in due course. Or for that matter, we could provide two different options on specific or generic, and then council can decide which way to go that end. But so there's a few things swirling around, and it might be beneficial to have some clarity. It certainly wouldn't hurt if the intent was on the bylaw to proceed with second and third reading in due course, then to defer consideration or adoption of the policy till a later date. That same date as the second and third reading would be considered. And I'm sorry if I'm jumping ahead to the next agenda item, but I just wanted to outline some options, if you will, as to how this could be addressed.
Thanks, Janine. In my mind, we were working on the first recommendation, which was reviewing and considering any amendments to that policy. That's where I thought I was on the timeline. Maybe it didn't give that impression. Sorry for that. Ultimately, just as Janine outlined, we have some options here. I'd be willing to hear a motion or a suggestion or a recommendation outside of this that we can work towards.
There's no live resolution at present, if I understand the agenda.
This first item really didn't give an opportunity for an active motion, but we can certainly, if we've concluded our review process, Councillor Cermak, sorry.
Not a problem. I may be way out of line here, But I would like to make a motion that we move this to the first reading as it's presented.
So, Mr. Hagan, I just, some feedback on that?
So for clarity, council, the first item is a policy amendment. So there wouldn't be multiple readings to that. It would be that perhaps council approve the amendments as drafted, or it could be that council approve the policy with further amendments as council sees fit. And I think that's the consensus that Ms. Grunberg was referring to in terms of going forward. Alternatively, council could decide to table this matter to a future meeting, could give administration direction as to future amendments to build in and bring it back again to a future meeting as well. So those are the options I see available. So just to clarify, there wouldn't be multiple readings to this. For a bylaw, there would be, but not a policy per se.
So I would have to redo my motion that I would like it as is presented.
If that is your intent, I would suggest you restate your motion then.
I would like to have the motion that it stay as it is presented here, and we do a vote on it.
Okay. Further discussion or questions to clarity? Councillor Radcliffe.
As far as reviewing this policy, these are really unrelated to the big question, but I have a couple of concerns with it. On page 89, third item down, it refers to a qualified ISP, means an ISP that meets Clearwater County standards for service, quality, and security. That qualified ISP can be very subjective.
I'm not following where you're at, sorry. Oh, that's in something that isn't being changed from the current?
Yeah.
No, not being changed.
Okay.
But that leaves it very subjective to people, where I think it's better that Clearwater County would help an ISP meet those standards. So it's more of a help than a disqualification, because the current operating mode of a particular ISP may not meet those standards, but they could be possible to meet those standards, knowing what they are and maybe with a little guidance. So to me, that's an issue.
Was that Mr. Hagan? Oh, sorry, your lights went off again.
Okay.
Councillor Radcliffe, please.
The other one is in point 4, so it's on page 90. It describes the operation where Clearwater County will not provide end-user internet services, but will invest in the open access network in an effort to encourage competition from ISPs. And then the open access network will create a competitive environment in which all qualified ISPs have equal access to all end users or customers or the same connection at the same time. This is not what's actually being done. That the current proposal is that the county would build the core, the backbone, and then it would be up to private industry to build the rest of the connectivity to the end user. So if company A builds a stretch of fiber down the road to connect those people, they basically own those customers. It would cease to be an open access, and the other ISPs would not have equal access to them. So this part of the policy is not in alignment with what's actually happening and probably should be adjusted.
Mr. Hagan?
Councillor Ratcliffe, I respectfully disagree with you. It is in accordance with the policy, the way it's set out. more than one ISP can create distribution lines. ISPs can go together on a joint venture, share distribution lines. The ability to service the customer is open to any ISP. The county is in no way preventing that through constructing the core fiber backbone network.
Can you explain that further? If Company A invests in providing connectivity and then connects to the backbone, how will other ISPs have access to those customers? Or how will those customers be able to select another ISP?
At the risk of repeating myself, another company can build a separate distribution line if they so chose to do so, giving them access to those customers and those customers access to internet service through them. Or they could go together and share the cost of a distribution line if they so chose, and then have more than one option available. Just because one internet service provider builds a distribution line and offers internet services doesn't mean that's the only one that's allowed to connect. It's an open access network. Anybody that wants to connect to Clearwater County's network can connect and provide services. I would suggest it's much more cost effective for them to share in the cost of that distribution line. And then there's wireless on top of that as well. So there will be options there. I don't see anything in our current approach of building the core backbone network that goes against this policy.
So for an end user to have equal access, another ISP would have to build parallel to Company B, then would have to build parallel to Company A, is what you're suggesting.
Or again, at the risk of repeating myself, they could go together and have either separate lines or share lines. That's up to the private sector to sort that out.
Okay, but then that assumes multiple overbuilds, and it's a possibility, but not really equal access. I give up.
So I guess I'll just make a comment here. Ultimately, we're providing, the direction we're going right now is creating a core backbone. How that core, that open access core, is connected to the end user is going to be in the hands of the ISP. So that allows the free market, free enterprise to be involved in this process so that the county is minimizing its involvement in getting, whether it's 30 inches or 30 feet or 30 miles, there will be a business case for that internet service provider to provide that service. That's creating an open access network. I mean, every ISP has an equal opportunity. We are not excluding qualified internet service providers from accessing this network at any time. That was the intent I understood, and maybe Mr. Hagan could confirm that that is what's being carried out in thought and policy at the moment.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I absolutely concur with your description of the situation. And I would remind council that we, as administration, have no approval and authority to go beyond the core fiber backbone network. That's what we've been approved to construct. That's what we are constructing. There's been no decisions made by council as to building further out using county funds beyond that. So we are following direction, we are following policy.
Okay, so we did have a motion by Councillor Cermak to, I believe the wording was to adopt this policy. There's amendment of policy? Or approving the amendment, I guess is the... as written. As written? Any further discussion on that? I will call, Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Yeah, I do understand some of Councillor Ratcliffe's comments. And I don't know, feel like I'm not a professional. I have no profession in legal. I'm not a profession in broadband, and I'm still learning a lot on the MGA. So I feel that, I don't know.
Well, I might say we are 6 months into term.
Oh, yes, we are, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
for sure.
And there's sometimes takes a lot more than 6 months to be an expert at something.
Well, some of our best work gets done in the first few months.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate the concerns. Again, that question is before us. Mr. Hagan, before I call the question.
Thank you, Reeve Lahey. Just a suggestion, would council find it beneficial if Ms. Grunberg was comfortable just highlighting some of these changes and suggested amendments and the rationale behind them without getting into detailed legal advice per se, but just explaining the purpose of these?
Is that something you can do for us, Janine?
Yes, at a high level, and really I'd just be summarizing the submission that has been provided by administration. As has been underscored, the broadband project is a major capital investment for Clearwater County. In light of that, it is very appropriate to have to pay particular attention to the nature of this project. And while there are rules related to pecuniary interest, we all know that those are, I'll say, largely prescribed in the Municipal Government Act. Those are supplemented by fiduciary duties. What I would say in particular is that, and perhaps I'm reiterating what Mr. Hagan has said, with respect to non-disclosure agreements, the county has signed off several non-disclosure agreements with ISPs who have submitted expressions of interest. And it could not have been contemplated by those entities that when they provided information on their business case, how they would interface with the county in relation to this project, that they would have a councillor at the table whose immediate family members were had vested interests in another internet service provider. And so it simply would not be appropriate for, and may indeed risk breaching those non-disclosure agreements for that councillor to be involved with discussions arising from information cloaked with the protection of the non-disclosure agreements. We haven't tabled the non-disclosure agreements for you, but one can appreciate, I'm sure, the risk in that regard. And that's also what we have outlined in the background information. So, for example, Councillor Radcliffe, of course, just joined council in October, and there were both surveys and formal expressions of interest tabled by various internet service providers prior to October of 2021. Council in the past and administration in the past has found that information quite valuable, given, as Deputy Reeve Northcott mentioned, this is an important project and a new project. So gathering information from industry experts is an avenue that council has found helpful to help provide context for council. And so there would be challenges in releasing that information or discussing it with councillors who have ties to other competitors, other internet service providers. And similarly, to maintain that flow of communication going forward, one could expect that if a councillor had a tie to a particular internet service provider and other ISPs were provided for additional information, again, cloaked with the protection of the NDAs, there would be challenges going forward with respect to what I'll call a chilling effect in gathering that confidential information. So there's a challenge posed by having open communication with other internet service providers in the context, and the policy helps separate out what would be appropriate communication and what would be other communication. Now, what I should say is that it is entirely appropriate for LightLink to carry on its business. The Municipal Government Act, with the requirements it has for pecuniary interest, and also the common law duties that a councillor has with respect to fiduciary duty, do not go so far as to require a councillor or their family members to give up business interests. But they do provide legal, the Act and the fiduciary duties do impose legal requirements on the other side in terms of governance. Also, I will say that the Municipal Government Act provides the council great autonomy in terms of how council sets up its governance structure. And a council can have numerous committees and delegate to those committees as council sees fit. And in circumstances where there may be concerns about not only following the letter of the Municipal Government Act and the common law requirements relating to fiduciary duty, but also adopting a governance process where the spirit and the intent of the legislation, there's options available for a council to do so. So even if, and I'm talking in hypothetical terms here, even if a particular matter or discussion of a particular matter could be done at the regular council level, there is nothing stopping a council from delegating to a committee the authority to act on a particular matter if that governance structure sets up something that would be what I'll call best practices or much further away from the mark. Now, so the policy, and I appreciate what Councillor Melhoff was saying about specifically referencing individuals, but this is the circumstance that we're dealing with. And yes, the policy could be drafted to be more neutral and not name specific corporations or entities, but you know, there is a we are dealing with a reality. So yes, the policy could be drafted in that regard to be more neutral. But there you have it. This policy and the bylaw changes that go hand in hand are designed to have a separation, also to provide other stakeholders assurances that communication is going to be conducted in a certain manner. I will also say that as the bylaw, and perhaps I'm, you know, it's hard to talk about the policy without also referencing the bylaw. The policy contemplates the separation in communications, and the bylaw results in results in delegated authority to the committee. So what we're trying and endeavoring to do is to ensure that not only is there no inappropriate communication, but all stakeholders are satisfied that there's no impropriety relating to inappropriate communications or communications that are, I'll use the phrase, sailing close to the wind. So again, the policy and the bylaw leave it entirely open for LightLink to pursue contracts with Clearwater County and to operate as an ISP within the boundaries of Clearwater County, but they do shape the governance structure which council would be operating within, which is entirely consistent with the Municipal Government Act. A councillor need not be on every committee. Maybe I can just leave it at that.
Thank you, Janine. So again, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. If I could just add to that as well, I'm certainly not a legal expert, but I would foresee that while council may choose to have more neutral wording in this policy, I suggest that that could lead to less clarity. As Ms. Grunberg referred to the specifics of this situation, and could open the door to various interpretations without the specificity that is currently outlined in this draft.
Thank you. Again, that motion from Councillor Cermak is on the table. I'm about to call the question. All those in, Councillor, Deputy Reeve Northcott.
I apologize. I'm just looking for some ground for myself to stand on in order to make my vote. But if this is being presented by a legal professional, and I think Ms. Grunberg does have a good reputation in the industry, and if this is also being presented and supported by administration who has a lot more experience in the MGA, then that would give me some ground to justify my vote. So that's it.
Thank you for that. Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? That is carried. That takes us to item 7.2, and that's consideration of first reading of Bylaw 1120/22, and that is relating to the Broadband Council Committee. And again, I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Hagan to introduce this.
Thank you again, Reeve Lougheed. As referenced in the preceding agenda item, the attached draft bylaw is intended to establish a broadband committee. The second step in the process to mitigate potential breaches of non-disclosure agreements between the county and internet service providers and councillor code of conduct related to pecuniary interest and fiduciary duties. The committee will have specific authority, regulations, and membership criteria. The intent of establishing a separate governance for the county's broadband project is to minimize the risks to the municipality associated with making decisions that could monetarily affect a councillor or a councillor's family member's business interest by their direct or indirect involvement in the project. Given that legislation does not prohibit a councillor from having business interests, establishment of the committee, along with an amended broadband policy, addresses appropriate input from Councillor Ratcliffe and LightLink as a potential contractor on the project. And I believe this echoes Ms. Grunberg's comments that what this bylaw does in conjunction with the policy is strikes a balance to allow Councillor Ratcliffe to have appropriate input in his duties as a councillor and a representative of the constituents of the county, while at the same time allowing LightLink to compete in an open market along with other internet service providers. So our recommendation, and again, repeating Ms. Grunberg's comments, is that council considers granting first reading of bylaw 1120/22 for the purpose of establishing a broadband council committee at this meeting, and that would leave time for second and third readings at future time.
Thank you for that. So right off the bat, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a motion to that effect. Councillor Graham. Okay, thank you very much. And discussion around that motion. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I want to reiterate that I have not had the opportunity to fully understand the impacts of these two documents and to be able to respond to them and request the time to appropriately do that.
Mr. Hagan.
Just to add clarity as well, Reeve, this would be first reading as moved by Councillor Graham. There would be time between now and perhaps the next meeting to further research, prepare for that discussion at that time. The bylaw would not be approved in total today, just one reading.
Yeah, just I guess to question the process here, this would be a first reading. There'd be opportunity for feedback, questions, potential amendments coming around at second reading and again through third reading even, as you've found before. Sometimes things don't make it to third reading even. So opportunity there to fully digest and dissolve the information that's before you and really to make it reflect what you feel more comfortable, less comfortable with, whatever. I mean, it's opportunity. It's not a said and done. It's coming back to us at a later moment for further results of feedback. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. And maybe this is an excellent example of our discussion earlier in the meeting today, where I presented the borrowing bylaw that was viewed as rather straightforward and procedural, where council was comfortable passing the entire bylaw in one meeting. This intentionally we're recommending first reading because we're sensitive to the newness of the information for Councillor Ratcliffe, and we wanted to provide that opportunity for council to gain more information on it as well before making a final decision.
Okay, any further discussions? We do have that motion sitting on the table. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I know that we cannot pass any bylaws that supersedes the MGA and anything within the MGA. And I just want to confirm with Ms. Cronenberg that this is in conjunction with that we are not passing something that is already covered in the MGA, if this was to pass.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Melhoff. And not only is it appropriate, or I'll say a given, that you cannot pass a bylaw that breaches the MGA or goes outside the MGA, it's also appropriate to and necessary to respect council's own framework. So I'm just trying to find the reference. Oh, here it is, section 7.1. And we have, of course, it's only council that can pass the budget. And so you will see a reference in section 7.1.2 that the committee shall have full authority to act, but there's certain parameters. One that is expressly referenced is 7.1.2, subject to and within the scope of the approved budget. And then also within 7.1.3, subject to and within the scope of the broadband policy. So for example, the policy states that county funds will not be, and I'm paraphrasing, county funds will not be spent on services. And so in our view, if the committee were to spend funds for that purpose outside the budget and outside the policy, it would be in breach of council's own directions. Also, you'll see that there's a reference in section 7.1.1 that the committee shall act in conjunction with and in support of the chief administrative officer bylaw. So specifically, council in the CAO bylaw has delegated authority to the CAO, and the committee can't override that. So those are ways that the committee has to act within council's framework.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, additional questions? All right, I'll call the question. All those in, oh, sorry.
I would just point out, just in case there's no a lack of clarity here, Councillor Ratcliffe has requested a deferral. There is no formal motion requesting a deferral of consideration of first reading. So if first reading were adopted and the Reeve was about to call the question, it would still be open for council to pass a subsequent resolution requesting input. And I'd suggest that on that front, it might be beneficial to set some specific dates.
Okay, thank you for that. We could do that as a supplementary to the existing motion then? Is that the thought?
If you wish to pass first reading, and that's the live motion that's before you, then you could just subsequently pass a resolution setting out timeframes for second and third reading to be considered and for input prior to that time.
Thank you for that. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious what everybody's thoughts are on the 1 year prior to appointment. Just as I wouldn't want to cease my activities if I didn't know I was being elected or not. So what's everybody's thoughts on 5.4 of the bylaw? For example, I gave up my fire service appointment the day I got elected. I didn't do it a year prior to being elected.
Yeah, that's correct. You can take a leave of absence leading up to your candidacy for that position, and yeah.
And I didn't fully resign until I got elected.
So that's kind of a sunrise clause.
Yeah, I just wanted to know everybody's feelings on that.
That's a little difficult. We can anticipate being successful in a elected official process, but I guess maybe I should ask, Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Okay, no, just maybe for clarity. For the 1 year cooling off period, is that is direct at this Broadband Council Committee? Right.
If I might just provide some comments there.
Sure.
The intent of the 1 year cooling off period was to ensure that there was a situation where there was a councillor who was not trying to shape the broadband project, its contracts, etc., and on the one hand, and then being part of involved with a major project, or as an ISP or otherwise, on the other hand. And quite rightly, this does go above and beyond specific requirements in the Municipal Government Act. There would be, but it was, again, intended to be a best practices approach to provide that 1 year cooling off period or separation between the time that resolutions are made by the committee and the time that the councillor would have an interest, or the family members would have an interest in an ISP or another stakeholder.
I guess a comment I might make here is I think, yes, quite often the community connects the dots between a newly elected official and their actions in the decision-making process, and this might have a benefit there to kind of reduce that criticism, if you would, of those decisions that get made after a newly elected official comes on board. So that that having that, I can see a benefit to that, even though I do initially feel that it's maybe on a little bit of an overreach. But additional comments? Well, this is something that could be looked at as we come back to second reading as well, could it not? If that was an area of feedback that people have an uncomfortable level with, we still have the opportunity to digest the implications and be able to adjust it. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just wanted to comment that that section seems specifically pointed at myself. And, would we require a farmer to cease farming before they could vote on land bylaws or participate in developing land bylaws? Yeah, overreach, certainly.
Again, I think there is opportunity to comment on that at second reading as well. Ultimately, I think I think if past experience has told me that after we discuss things once fairly thoroughly, quite often we come back and have a whole other line of reasoning behind it. So that gives us an opportunity as we come back for second reading to bring in those theories from your residents and whatnot that can be added to make this a better bylaw. Okay, I'm ready to call the question on first reading. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 8, correspondence. And I see. Sorry, Janine. Go ahead, please.
So perhaps administration could outline options for the date for consideration of second and third reading. And then there could be some discussion about a resolution allowing perhaps Councillor Ratcliffe and also LightLink to provide written input prior to that time.
Thanks, Janine. Yes, sorry, my bad on not remembering that section. Councillor Swanson, sorry, I'm multimedia here and doing a darn poor job of it, but go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to raise or introduce maybe a motion to that. Maybe we can have discussion afterwards that in regards to specific dates that we would entertain second and third reading, for sure second reading by our next council date, May 10th. And then any input be brought forward would be when our agenda package, either May 4th or May the 6th.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. So that's a motion then to bring this back for second reading at the earliest convenient date. next council meeting. Any discussion around that? If not, I will call the question. All those in
Well,
favor? Oh, sorry.
There was reference to May 4th or May
Okay.
6th. Might I suggest May 4th? I know that I am trying to be on a holiday the 5th through the 8th. If input was provided and perhaps the resolution could reflect who council is requesting input from. Like, are you requesting input from other ISPs as well, or just Lightlink and Councillor Ratcliffe? But I would ask if there's a deadline that it be the 4th, and then that would provide administration and legal an opportunity to review.
Thanks, Janine. Councillor Swanson, does the 4th work with your motion?
Yes, I will accept that.
And Tracy
And-
Lynn, does that date?
And in terms of who the request of information is directed at?
Any, Councillor Swanson, any insight on that? Or do we open it up to any or all comments?
I am, because of the time crunch and with everything that's gone involved, I am just comfortable with Councillor Ratcliffe's input as he has requested, and Lightlink, and if should the opportunity for other ISPs want to have their input, they would have an opportunity by the 3rd reading. But this is specifically for our 2nd reading on May 10th.
Okay, I heard another date in there, May the 10th. That would be our next council meeting? Okay. So maybe Tracy Lynn, is there any chance you could read back what the question here is? So.
That council considers 2nd and 3rd reading of Bylaw 11-2022 at the May 10th regular council meeting, and that Councillor Ratcliffe and Lightlink is provided input on Bylaw 11-2022 by May 4th.
Okay.
Might I suggest may provide written input?
Written input? Are you okay with that amendment, Councillor Swanson?
Yes, I am comfortable with that amendment.
The first, okay, so I thought we voted on first reading. This is the one just for the the information part, so. All right, well, Councillor Ratcliffe, your light's on.
So just to be sure, which date are we talking about?
Written input provided by May 4th.
That's next week. It can take some time to get a call back from municipal affairs. I don't think that's enough time. And I also would like to make a verbal presentation besides written.
If I might just provide some context. A copy of the bylaw and the policy were provided to Mr. Ratcliffe's legal counsel as a courtesy on April 22nd, last Friday. So the request that input on the bylaw be provided by May 4th gives 12 days for a response, at least with respect to the bylaw. And the motion as presented would not preclude oral presentation by Councillor Ratcliffe on the 10th, but merely sets out the deadline for written submission by Councillor Ratcliffe and Lightlink. And I will say oral presentation, subject of course to the regular rules relating to pecuniary interest.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd, and I would just point out for council's benefit that May 4th is our cutoff for agenda items. So we would need that information by that day in order to share it with council prior to the May 10th meeting.
Okay, thank you for that.
I don't believe that's enough time to put this together. I think by the next
Perhaps
meeting is possible, but the amount that has to be done, considering the progress that has been made so far. I wasn't able to speak to my lawyer yesterday. I probably won't be able to speak to her today. That doesn't leave that many days.
Perhaps Mr. Hagan could also explain administration's timeframes in terms of the broadband project.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. Thank you, Janine. Currently, we're completing construction, phases 1, 2, and 6 of the core backbone project. We have been having bi-weekly meetings with internet service providers who have submitted expressions of interest and following up on potential partnership opportunities with them. One of the common questions that comes to us in nearly every meeting is, when is the price list going to be available? That is a pressing matter, as is our opportunity to be able to share with this council background on the project itself, allowing history, answering questions, and as well providing an update on new expressions of interest that have come in and new information related to expressions of interest. So in terms of timelines, and I'm not saying this to scare anybody or be a doomsayer, but the reality is that the ISPs are getting into their construction seasons and they're wanting to get going. And the sooner that we can bring a price list as part of the overall broadband business plan together in front of council and receive council's direction to share that with the public and the ISPs, the more advantageous it's going to be and help us to mitigate the risk of losing some potential opportunities going forward. So construction, we're still going full steam ahead on the phases I identified, but it's really the exploration of those partnership opportunities that are presenting an area of risk for the county.
Thank you for that, and I might comment as somebody that makes his livelihood on working on the land. I know that that time comes up very abruptly and it's go, 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 and you lose an entire season if you aren't positioned in the right spot at the right time to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. So I can see time not being on our side to keep delaying this. That's why I think we're hitting an iceberg dead ahead here today, and we need to make those decisions and give Councillor Ratcliffe as much time as possible, which I believe is what we have done all the way along the line. I don't think there has been a rush to make those decisions. I think I'll just say it outright. This is when Councillor Ratcliffe chose to be a councillor and gained the confidence of his community. I believe that we would be working towards making decisions as a council together. And right now, we've been at an impasse for some time, allowing Councillor Ratcliffe to be able to resolve internal conflicts and external conflicts as well. And I think the time is closing where we can continue that path. The train will leave the station and maybe not everybody's on that station or on that train. And that's just my personal comments at this moment. So anyways, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hagan, but doing the price setting, as you're saying the ISPs are wanting the information on, the price setting of what would be our open access network would then be available for any ISP, including Lightlink, to get onto that network. And therefore, if we're allowing any ISP on, that would be putting Mr. Radcliffe in a pecuniary interest if his company wanted to join the open access network. Therefore, setting that price would be inappropriate for him to be a part of. So we could proceed under the current MGA regulations of pecuniary interest, yes? On that particular item, we could proceed on that today under the pecuniary interest rules, because setting the price would be very much a pecuniary interest spot.
Absolutely, and I would suggest if Councillor Ratcliffe voluntarily recused himself from that discussion, that would meet the requirements of the MGA.
And then potentially not miss out on a build season or any opportunities that may be available.
Potentially, that would be up to council to determine its comfort level with making a decision like that, outside of a committee structure like this that allows you the ability to move ahead with those kinds of decisions and discussions.
Because even this bylaw reading, we're doing did one today, 2 on the May 10th, and then third reading if it's May 10th or the then following council date, yes?
Potentially, and then we're likely into June by that point before the committee could actually meet.
Thank you.
So the motion we have is to come back for second reading on the 10th of May and to allow a response by Lightlink and Councillor Ratcliffe by May the 4th. That's what the motion is that we have on the table at the moment. One more question, Neil, and then we're going to move on.
Actually, I wanted to ask Mr. Hagan sort of.
We have a 2 o'clock, so.
Oh.
We pushed it back? Okay, thank you.
Similar to what Councillor Melhoff said is what would have been stopping us from doing this some time ago. That council is not going to set these rates. Administration is going to bring them forward. So I'm struggling as to why I see a problem there. But again, I have to say I don't think May 4th is reliably a date that I feel I can meet.
Well, I can say that that's unfortunate because I think that's what the motion states before us, and that's what we'll have to vote on, and ultimately that's the decision that's before this council at this moment. So iceberg dead ahead, so I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? That's carried. So thank you very much for joining us, Janine. Any comments before we move on to the next item?
Unless there's any more high-level questions for me to answer, I'm happy to bow out.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure we'll be in contact.
All right, thank you.
So I guess I'll look to Tracy Lynn. Our 2 o'clock has been pushed back for a bit, so I guess just to thought with moving down through the agenda, just go into the next items, and thank you. So I see we have no correspondence as item number 8, and that would bring us into our report section, which is item 9.1, and that's the interim CAO report, and I'll go across the room to Mr. Hagan, and hopefully I can turn the seatbelt light off.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. First item on the report, attached for information, is the STARS Ally Impact Report for Clearwater County. And Glenda Fardinen, the Senior Municipal Relations Liaison for the STARS Foundation, is scheduled to bring an update to Council at the July 26th regular Council meeting. So the attachment is there for Council's information. Second item, renovations to the front lobby, the county's administration building for the creation of a councillor's meeting room are now complete. The room will be used for councillors' individual training sessions, meetings with constituents, and I hope everybody had a chance to take a look at that today. So I think the only outstanding item is the installation of a telephone in that room. Third item, of rather significantly important, Municipal Government Act requires each municipality prepare annual audited financial statements and a financial information return and have those submitted to Alberta Municipal Affairs by May 1st of each year. Clearwater County normally meets that deadline without any significant difficulty. However, this year's quite a bit different. As we talked about earlier in this meeting, the dissolution of the former Regional Waste Authority, which was truly a joint venture between the town of Rocky Mountain House, Village of Caroline, and Clearwater County, is taking place. We're dissolving the assets, liquidating them, transferring ownership of assets to the municipalities that identified that they would like to take ownership of them. So that, a lot of that work has taken place, but coming out of that are numerous financial transactions that need to be recorded, allocated to each of the parties, as each party had an equity interest in that former joint venture. We think it's absolutely imperative that we be transparent in this process so that all three municipalities are comfortable with the results and understand the distribution of those net assets. We don't have the resources on staff to take that on over and above our year-end responsibilities, so we contracted out that work. And our latest update from the contractors are that they're still working through that, and those entries aren't going to be ready in time for us to meet our May 1st deadline. So with that in mind, I have sent a formal request to Municipal Affairs for a 2-month extension on our filing deadline. I'm waiting to hear back on that. I've copied the CAOs of the other 2 municipalities on that message and suggested that they may want to consider requesting similar extensions, because these entries are going to affect their financial statements as well. As to how significantly or materially, I don't know yet, because I haven't seen the numbers myself, but I expect they will be material and could affect their audit opinions if they're not included. So that's where we're at. And then also touching back to earlier in this meeting, Ms. Serhan's presentation on restricted surpluses. Prior to approval of the financial statements, as Ms. Serhan pointed out, we will be bringing draft numbers to council to review and make decisions and determinations regarding surplus allocations to restricted reserve accounts. Councillor Melhoff, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. What happens if we don't meet the May 1st deadline, or if we don't get an extension?
We will try to do it as reasonably quickly as we can without jeopardizing the transparency and financial responsibilities that we have to ratepayers of this municipality as well as our municipal partners, and try and get it done as quickly as we can. But we certainly have a conversation with Municipal Affairs to ensure they understood the magnitude of this challenge. Is there a fine, or is there any? I don't believe so. No? Okay. Thank you. And if there's no other questions, I will add with your permission, Reeve, a 4th verbal update that I think is rather good news for this municipality. Today, the federal government made an announcement regarding Universal Broadband Fund awards. Clearwater County's Phase 6 of our core backbone project is included in that announcement. That is the phase taking fiber from Ferrier Acres to Nordegg. Now, we haven't yet seen the specifics of our approval amount. That should be up on their website in the next couple of days. But what I can tell you is that in January of 2021, at Council's direction, administration, with the help of our engineering consultants, submitted an application under what the federal government calls the Rapid Response Stream of the Universal Broadband Fund, or UBF, requesting roughly $3.8 million in funding to accommodate that phase of the project. And that's what we're expecting the approval will be highlighting, but again, those specifics haven't come out. They've included mention of us and included a quote from Reeve Lougheed in their announcement today. So I think this is step one, and step two will have those specifics, and we should see our numbers identified there as well as our specific project in the next couple of days. So again, going back to Ms. Serhan's discussion of restricted surplus accounts, we were projecting to pull money out of restricted surplus to satisfy the 2021 construction costs. But with this approval, we will actually include that in our financial statements as a receivable at year end, leaving that amount of funding back in restricted surplus for future decisions by council.
Well, that's terrific news, and I think on behalf of council, please convey to administration our appreciation on them having excellent grant writing skills and abilities to help us access what'll be a really meaningful support for our broadband infrastructure. So thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe.
That is great news. Do we need to pass a motion to approve that project? Because I don't think it ever was.
Mr. Hagan.
That project was absolutely approved, or we wouldn't have proceeded with construction. That was approved by the previous council, and budget was approved for both 21 and then again by this council for 22 to wrap up the construction.
Okay, my understanding was different. So,
no, absolutely.
Okay, just thought we needed to legitimize it.
Absolutely.
We will, however, need a motion to accept the interim CAO's report for information. Councillor Cermak was first.
I like the information. I love it. I love getting money.
So that takes us one step further down the line. 9.2 capital project status update report, and I think again across to Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. The report is there, and I would just open it up to council for any questions you may have and any follow-up you would like me to have done.
I'll go to Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. I want to start off by saying thank you very much for taking us on a tour this morning of the Point of Presidents building. It really gave some context of when you say that this is coming into here and then going out here, it actually seeing it as a kinesthetic learner that helps me retain that information, and to see what we've been approving in the background, it actually solidifies the whole thing. So I very much appreciated seeing that. I also like the level of detail that's in that's being moved forward in these capital reports. I really appreciate that as well. It lowers the number of questions that I end up having on me for you as well. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And on that note, I think administration agrees that this is useful information for all residents, and we make this publicly available on our website.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
I have two questions, I guess. Are there any other towers under construction besides Ferrier and Nordegg? They've only recently been on the reports.
Not
Are they
at
the only ones?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Yes.
The other is, can you share any other news about our UBF grant applications that I think there's 20 or so of grants from Clearwater County went in. How many of those, or what sort of percentage of those are still being considered?
100%.
100%.
And there
okay.
wasn't that many. We put in one for each of the respective phases. And the important thing to note is with those ones, where phase 6, the one that we've just gotten news on, was specific to a transport leg and didn't require fiber to the home along the way. Every one of these other ones do. So if we were to get approval from the federal government on any one of those phases, this council would have some decisions to make as to where they want to go next with the project. As I noted earlier today, council's only approved us to build a core backbone project. The rapid response approval that we received today lines up with that. The other funding applications that are outstanding, we've heard nothing on them, and they would require fiber to the home delivered by the county or potentially through a partnership. So we would have to bring more information back for council to make those decisions later. They wouldn't be as straightforward as this one is.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions or questions around the capital projects status? If not, I guess a motion to approve that report for information. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that's carried, thank you. Aye. And Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services report. Mr. Hagan, anything to highlight there?
No, it's provided for council information, and if there's any further information, I can request it on your behalf.
Any questions then? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Melhoff, all those in favor? Aye. And that's carried. Thank you. And that brings us up to councillor reports. So we're going to shake it up today. And Brian's going to be on the spot first.
Oh, right on.
So we'll let you go first, Brian, and then we'll work back.
I don't have a whole lot to say, but Reeve Lougheed and myself attended a volunteer evening at the Caroline Hub. And I was amazed at a little town like that has 213 volunteers that were recognized last night. For a little community like that, it is unbelievable how they are vested in their community and they want it to thrive and go ahead. And in one other little item I have sent around, everybody has this, and this is the little library in Caroline, and I think there's about 40 different things that little library does for the citizens in Caroline and the surrounding district. I am just so amazed of being part of this county with the amount of people that designate as much time to their community as this community does. I thank God that I live in this community every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Any questions for Brian? I'll go to Neil next.
I have nothing to report.
Okay, thank you for
Too
that.
busy.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Not a lot to report, but Community Futures. I did attend another meeting with Community Futures, and for all the people that don't know, it's an organization that does offer high for new business opportunities for loans and stuff like that maybe banks and stuff won't traditionally lend to. So they do lend to new business ideas and stuff like that are a little bit more high risk. And yes, Community Futures. So that's really all that I have to report.
Any questions for Deputy Reeve Northcott? I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have nothing to report at this time.
Woohoo. And, you know, Michelle, you're really not off the hook. I'm gonna, before we go to Division 1, I'm gonna ask if Division 7 has anything to share with us.
Well, thank you very much. I was just typing in the chat that I have nothing to report, and I'm really happy with the meeting at this point. So thank you so much, and we'll touch base in a day or two. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Thanks for joining us today, and good luck and travel safe. And I'll go to Division 1.
Thank you, Reeve. I circulated my report last night, and actually a little bit of a slower couple of weeks, which was nice aside from homework, etc. But one of the things I really wanted to showcase is Blue Mountain Power had their annual AGM, and it is amazing to see an organization 70 years old in the making that still is thriving on cooperation in a community and like the basis of a co-op. And we have a lot of really good thriving co-ops in our community, and it was great to be a part of one of their momentous years, 70 years. And other than that, I will just leave it with what I sent the team, and I would be happy to send it to anybody else that wants a copy. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Councillor Melhoff? And I guess that brings it to me. Really not much to report as well, but I will comment with the volunteer appreciation evening in Caroline. Absolutely tremendous to see the number of volunteers in that community. And it's also something I have seen repeated throughout our entire community. Really, volunteers are the cornerstone of all the good things around the community, and those things such as fire and emergency services that help us take away some of the pain and suffering as well. So we really take our hats off to those people that put that level of time in, and it was nice to have a few moments to say thank you and really acknowledge a few people within that group that have went above and beyond. There was somebody there that had received a Lifetime Achievement Award, and that was, you know, she has been in service of her community for years and years and years and years, and I can certainly appreciate how a community is made better by efforts like that. I guess I would look for a motion then to accept council reports for information. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor? And that's carried. And you've had a chance to look at the councillor remuneration. Any comments there? If not, be looking for a motion to accept councillor remuneration. Deputy Sydney, please. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I think a really good time to take a break here, if that works. Let's take a 15-minute. Oh, sorry. One more. What did I miss? Oh, notices of motion. Sorry, getting down to the. Would there be any notices of motion? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would like to move for administration to bring back a draft bylaw prior to the end of May 2022 for implementation of an aggregate levy to support a proposed 0% increase to the tax bylaw. My intent is to no longer give away our non-renewable natural resources. A levy will help to protect and rebuild our infrastructure and has become an industry standard according to the aggregate extraction companies, and I would like our council to have the opportunity to debate its appropriateness.
Okay, thank you for that. Was administration able to capture that? That's great.
I sent it to her ahead of time.
Okay. What else do we have here? Any other? Oh, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Just to be cautious, because I don't know what that entails in regards to my trucking company, I am going to recuse myself from voting on that.
Okay, absolutely. I would understand that for sure.
I'm going to head out right now.
Thank you for that. We probably won't be going any further with that today. It's just really for administration to bring us back more information at a later date, and it'll be included within the agenda items, and then we'll hopefully be able to prompt you if there was a moment that might affect you in that way that you've already described. So Brian, your light's on.
Oh,
Any further notices of motion? If not, then let's, I think we can move to a break. Okay, let's take, do we have a scheduled time for our next,
2:45.
okay,
Could be sooner.
okay, well, let's go with, if we can go with 2:40, does that work good to utilize everybody's time as much as possible? I know we're running a little later today than some days. So, thank you. Let's take a break till 2:40. or two. Welcome back, everyone. After our recess, that brings us to item 11, which is a closed session. I will need a motion to allow Artis Coury to appear via electronic communication. Look for that motion. Councillor Ratcliffe, further discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. I'd also need a motion to move into closed session. Councillor Ratcliffe, all those in favor? All right, we'll move into closed session then. Welcome back from our closed session. There will be no motions coming out of closed session today. Again, thank you all for joining us today. I think we're at a point of time where we can look for a motion for adjournment. Anybody willing to make that motion? Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that is carried. Have a great day, everyone, and enjoy the spring.